shout it loud, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized, but all your bullets ricochet. You shoot me down, but I get up. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Fire away, fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Cut me down, but it's you who have further to fall. Ghost town and haunted love. Raise your voice. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Talking loud, not saying much. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Fire away, fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium.
Well, here we are. G'day, fellas.
There you go, kids.
G'day, Tim. Good evening, going.
How's it all
going?
going?
Tonight. Not a mad rush at the last minute. What the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do?
All's well. All's well. How did you get on when you got home, Pete? Is Mrs. okay?
Well, the missus is pretty sick downstairs. She's coughing and spluttering and all that. But I had a rapid antigen test. And I've come up negative. So we live in a two-story house. So I'm just going to live upstairs for the next week. And the wife's going to live downstairs.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, when you were leaving, Pete, the missus didn't pay much attention. You know, and I went back into the kitchen. I said, you heard that, you know, Pete's wife's got COVID. And she's looked at me and she said, Ollie. I said, yeah. And she's immediately put the hand over her mouth. She rushed into the bathroom. Rushed into the bathroom. She came out with the Glen 20. She sprayed all the doorknobs into place. Spraying all the door handles, rubbing all the door handles down. G'day, Joe.
There you go, mate.
How are you, mate?
Testing,
G'day,
1, 2. Audio okay?
Good. Testing's good, mate.
G'day, everyone. How is everyone?
Yeah,
Good, mate.
Good.
You got back okay?
His missus.
No,
what's up with the missus? Oh, bugger. She all right?
Yeah. She's just, mate, Joe, as you know, it's just like a cold, really. But she come home from work yesterday not feeling too well, and she had a test today and she's positive, and I've had my test, but I'm negative, and she's living downstairs and I'm living upstairs.
Cool.
So it all kind of works out.
Yeah.
Good to hear she's all right.
I hope the custody chain of the Buddhas is downstairs, mate.
Yeah.
That was fucking funny.
Oh,
crazy.
bloody hell. I actually did a download of all our StreamYard streams today, just to keep them in the archives, because I think we've got a 50 gigabyte or a 50 something memory of videos and stuff. So I thought I better grab them so we can keep the memory going. You know, in perpetuity. If they start dropping off down the track, you know what I mean?
I think it's hours, 50 hours or something of recording,
something like that, and we're pretty fucking close to that, Joe.
Yeah, I think we're 27 or something, so we've already gone halfway. But if you've downloaded them, we can always delete the ones that are on StreamYards.
Indeed, mate.
And that'll give us the top up again. So
yeah, fair enough.
G'day to everyone in the chat.
Could I just welcome some of the chat members, some of our loyal friends, and some of them we regard as family. Shane Traveller, welcome. Mossy, good evening, sir. Ray, you're here. Mossy, Henry, good evening, sir. How are you? My brother from another mother, and mate, good evening, mate. Go Penrith. Michael Frost, good evening. Bamboo, good evening. And Jim Collis, good evening. And Luke, good evening, mate.
Yeah, good day, Luke.
Mr. Balding and Chris Fick, good evening. That just about covers it, I think.
Just to answer Luke's, sorry, just to answer
Luke's question. Go on.
Just to answer Luke's question about what Guernsey I'm wearing, it's Buckow, you know, the Thai kickboxer, Buckow. I know Jono's aware of him. He's one of the he was one of the best, or if not the best.
Famous.
Yeah, he was one of the best fighters in Thailand. He's still fighting, but he fights a lot of Farangs now. One of his tops just got his name and all that kind of stuff on it. It's just a kind of a Thai Muay Thai kind of shirt.
G'day, Pampui.
G'day, Pampui.
G'day, Pampui. Coming along all right, mate?
Yeah, hope you're going all right, Pumpui. G'day, Shano. How you going, mate?
I'll indulge you with this.
Left. No, she's got the Glen 20 out. She's spraying all the doorknobs. Sprayed it all over me. Sprayed the seat. Got the marks on. Got the marks on. She's disinfecting the whole house. And, yeah, right. I didn't say nothing. Anyway, you've run back about 10 minutes after you got home. And I said, everything's all right. Pete just rung up. He's tested negative, so it's all okay. How does he know? He's not sure. She's freaking out.
Oh, Jono, Pedro no come over anymore. He no come over.
Oh, yeah, grass. But
not come 6 months.
She's gone to bed. I was in the lounge room watching the TV with Jack, and she's gone to bed. I said, "Come and give us a kiss." Oh, she's bent, covered over the mouth and bent the head down. Wouldn't come near me. I said,
classic. Just said was I didn't kiss Pedro.
Oh,
crazy.
Oh, she's. I know she's real funny that way. She's really scared of it. But I suppose like she's been subject to the bullshit conditioning she's seen on Thai media. Despite the fact she's been vaccinated 3 times, that means nothing.
They want me to get another one. I'm fucking over it all.
I've got a Thai story for you, fellas.
Go for it.
I alluded to it on Jono and Pedro's stream before, but I said I'd expand on here about it. Let me paint a picture for you. My oldest brother's son, who is 3 months older than my son, and has ADHD, and he's currently working at McDonald's and doing a bit of part-time plumbing work. But he's one of those kids that's not at a mature level for his age. So he's about 17 in reality. His first trip to Thailand last week for 5 days. Right, so I did all the research. I sent it. I said what to do, what not to do, da-da, right? Voice of experience. His father's voice of experience. His father's a straighty 180, right? And not a happy clapper, but a a religious man. So his father probably doesn't get through to him as much as I would, sort of thing. So anyway, cut a long story short. First night in Thailand, pissed up, lost his wallet.
Oh,
Yeah.
Urgent phone call to Australia to cancel the cards. He's with two mates.
Geez, that
One
must
of them's
happen.
over there. Yeah, one of them's over there for a while. So that's the first hurdle. So urgent. He's hyperventilating everything. Cards cancelled. Oh, my mate's had my wallet, right? So cards have to be sort of reinstated, and money from the card sent to Western Union or something. It's all convoluted. So my brother sent money to him for Western Union. Second one, hasn't got a motorcycle license, so rides a motorbike without a helmet. Pulled over by the cops. 1,200 baht. Thank you very much. Third one, various illicit drugs consumed. Right? This is in Bangalore Road, Phuket, Patong. Fourth one, absolutely off his face every night, and came back. There was one more prior to that. Anyway, he's come back to Australia. My brother's met him. His mate walked past my brother, who was there to pick him up as well, catatonic. He just walked past my brother and didn't recognise him. And my brother's gone, hey, so-and-so. And he's gone, oh, g'day, how you going? It's like Neil off the Young Ones, you know, like, oh, g'day, how are you? You know? And his son bloody was off his head on Valium and had numerous bloody drinks on the plane. So, cut a long story short, his son told him a few things on the way back in the car that caused us all some concern. And the other one I forgot. He's fallen in love, fellas. He's come back with 27 love bites on his neck, hadn't he?
Girl.
Well, I don't know, mate. He's as I speak, he's only just woken up after 34 hours sleep, right?
Yeah, right.
So I'm getting updates from my brother, but to cut a long story short, he's seen a doctor on Monday and he'd probably be going into rehab. This is a culmination of about 2 years worth of work, and he needs some help in light of what he said on the way home in the car. So that's his introduction to Thailand. Didn't listen to a word that he was advised, and it's all right to say you're young, but you know, fuck me, fellas, you know.
Yeah, there's some people in the world that shouldn't go to Thailand. You know?
Yeah, indeed, mate.
Really?
Oh, Luke, that's the next thing I said to my brother. Look out if he's all of a sudden he's secretive and he's sending money to the love of his life in Thailand straight away. You know, like
the sick buffalo. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, old mate. Yeah, actually, I might recommend that to my brother if he didn't love up.
She'll be pregnant.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
5 days. 5 fucking days, fellas.
Classic.
You know?
Fucking classic stuff.
Yeah. Well,
It happens. It quite happens quite frequently, really. You know?
yeah.
G'day, Andy. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello, Stubbsy.
Yeah, how's the trip, Joe? You have a good trip down there and back?
Yeah, trip was good. Trip's always good. It's, you know, you get out as soon as you get out of Bangkok. It's I enjoy that bit of driving.
Yeah, fair enough.
120, 130. Just I find it easier to drive rural Thailand than, you know, driving in Bangkok.
Yeah, it would be. Anything's fucking better than driving in Bangkok.
Yeah. Not that I dislike driving in Bangkok, but I prefer, you know, the trip to Chantaburi is a good trip. 4 hours, 3.5 hours.
Yeah, there's a good point. Chris Vick, did you educate him about ladyboys?
I sent him everything, Ray and Chris. I sent him fucking everything, mate. Everything.
Well,
you know, jet ski scams, bloody everything. I said, well, on a positive note to my brother, at least he didn't get involved in the jet ski scams. And he said, well, I still don't know if he hasn't, you know. Mate, I was stressing out on my brother's behalf for my nephew being in Thailand. You know, like Jesus.
Yeah.
The old
Okay,
saying,
guys.
Mate, he's got no idea, mate.
the old saying, you can't put an old head on young shoulders.
100%.
Yeah.
But he's at
My bro-
sort of extra, mate, because he's got a few issues, you know.
Yeah.
Oh well, at least he come back in one piece. I suppose that's
Mate, when my brother rang his wife and said he's arrived, she burst into tears.
He made it.
Look, that's it. If you don't do,
He made it.
If you don't do stupid shit when you're young, you got nothing to laugh about when you get older. So they say.
Yeah.
he probably didn't have any travel insurance, did he, when he went?
No, mate. Well, as we all know, he hasn't got a motorbike license here, so he steps on a motorbike in Thailand, as they all do. No helmet. Insurance is void, mate, if you come unstuck, and you're at fault as well, whether you're in the right or the wrong.
They're going ghost.
Shouldn't be in the kingdom, mate. You know, allegedly.
Yeah. Well,
Yep. Oh, there you go. Joe's he's all licensed up.
Yeah.
A Thai license, 2 years.
Oh, nice.
And I'm also now
No, you got
official.
the pink one. You got the pink
Thai
one.
ID. Yeah, got the Thai ID.
Thai
Oh, that's
ID.
lovely.
Oh yeah.
So what's
That's
that?
the yellow
mate? Is that a
book.
grand
It's a
poobah?
yellow book.
That's the Bible.
That's proof of where you live.
That's the Bible. That one.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, you want to do anything in Thailand, if you've got that, you're right.
Yeah, most important.
On a
document.
serious note, mate. On a serious note, did everything go okay yesterday?
Yeah, went really well, really well.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, plenty of people showed up, and no, it was interesting. Bloody long time though. Kicked off at like 6 a.m. and finished up at about 2 or something.
Oh, geez.
Fucking hell.
But it's a long process if you're in the family or if you're connected that way.
Did you get back today or yesterday?
I decided to come back yesterday. I just thought, after the funeral, just
Yeah.
we went back home and freshened up a bit and just jumped in the car and just drove all the way back. There was thunderstorms on and off, on the way through, but that was a good run. It was a good run.
Yeah, good.
G'day, Thailand Epic. Bilko.
Familiar name.
Yeah, Bilko's been around for a lot of years. I mean, he sort of disappeared because I think we also disappeared, but no, he's been around for a while.
Yep. G'day, Thailand Epic. How we going, mate?
So you blokes know the transition from Thailand Epic, don't you? You know the channel name change?
Yep.
Okay, sweet. Yep.
Yeah, I just spoke to him on Messenger tonight.
Nice.
We have a chat.
He's punching out some good reality videos, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. I didn't know he was just current ones.
Yeah, he was at a sort of like a Mukata. Just stand by, mate. I'll see if I can find it.
Might have to check. Might have to check that out, Mr. Balding. Titanium bar, soy 22. We'll hit him with copyright.
Yeah.
So this is a link to
Yeah, so
the Thailand Epic channel. G'day, Sol.
no, not before.
G'day, Brownie.
G'day, Brownie. How are you, mate? We shared an old video of yours, Brownie. I was fortunate enough to have in the archives, and I sent to Joe this week the victory dance and the victory party we were talking about the other week, mate.
Have we got a couple of minutes to watch it? Actually, it doesn't even go for a minute. It goes for 1 minute 45.
Get it on.
Get it on? All right, let's.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it.
It's all right, I'll just set it up.
Yeah, all good. All good, mate. The wife's got COVID, but I haven't. I'm negative. Just told the boys before, so.
Hey, Kanga.
I'm living upstairs.
G'day, Kanga.
G'day, kangaroo.
G'day, bro.
Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. longer than ever. After our work is never over. Working on to make you better. Moving faster makes us longer than ever. Hour after hour, work is never over. Working on to make you better. Moving faster makes us longer than ever. Hour after hour, work is never over. Working on to make you better. Moving faster makes us longer than ever. Work is never over. Working on to make you better. Moving faster makes us longer than ever. Our work is never over.
Oh, what a ripper.
Fucking classic. We just need to replace a couple of faces, that's all.
Hey,
We've got to dance.
Fucking man about Oz has been begging for that thing for years.
I put that together.
Brownie put that together. Brownie's in the chat.
Yeah. Buddy, it's amazing what you can find in the archives of my hard drive, mate.
Oh, yeah. Intriguing.
Funny.
Oh, yeah. That'll probably open up a can of worms now. But, geez,
Yeah,
some of them are a long time ago because Banana was called Lana in that video, Lana King. So we're going back 4 or 5 years there, mate.
That's his original name. He had that name.
That's the
4
one.
years.
Yeah. Since it changed the name. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Since I changed his name.
Yeah, true. Very true, mate. They caught on, didn't it?
He had that Lana King name over, I suppose, 10 years ago. On he used to come onto the Archie Luxury channel under the name of Lana King, and that's where I first met Adrian many years ago. But he'd been following Archie for a long time.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Hey Joe, if you look down below, can you get rid of that video because there's a face looking at me? You see down below?
In the backstage?
You've still got the video up, and there's a face looking at me I don't wish to see.
I don't see a face, really.
So down, okay, I'll get rid of it. It's on the right-hand side of you.
Oh, yeah, right down there.
Hang on. I can't get rid of it. You've got to get rid of it.
I can just see the top of it. That's gone.
There we go. There we
Okay,
go.
on mine it just says see you later. Or see you next time. So that was it.
Oh, okay.
Didn't see a face.
Yeah, I had that face. Geez, we've got a good turnout tonight. Nearly 300 viewers, folks.
Yeah, beautiful.
Lana King. That could have caught on as well, but I don't think he was known for that.
No, no, not by any means.
Did you notice in the comments before, gentlemen, that Pompui said he's battling a little bit at the moment, but he's on the medical marijuana in the comments. Good luck to you, mate.
Yeah,
make a bit of a buzz of it, but I think that might be because on the chemo. He's on the medical marijuana maybe for his, to stop the, being nauseous and, maybe to keep his, food intake up. Maybe get him the munchies. But, you take it easy, Pompui. You take it easy, mate.
Yeah.
So, Pompui, is that a THC vape, or is it liquid, or is it you're smoking reefers that are legally sanctioned?
165 subs.
Wow.
G'day, Brian. Welcome.
G'day, Brian.
With the subs, we're not looking for, we're not looking to break any records. We're just looking for good cunts.
Look out. Look out.
Oh, no.
Keep the buttons away from him.
What is happening?
Kangaroo.
Kanga, how are you, brother?
G'day, Kanga.
Good. How's everyone going? All right.
Yeah, good,
Yeah,
mate.
good.
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 That's the way.
The team's together.
Yep.
Hey,
Got the
Big
whole-
W.
Yeah, good old Friday night chat.
G'day, Big W.
Nice to see you could turn up, mate. Hope everything's well.
Ryan.
Yeah, been all good. Just been busy with some stuff. So it's all good. Do you say your got Pedro?
Oh, you broke up a little bit there.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I heard Pedro say his lovely wife's got COVID. She all right?
Yeah. She just got, just saying to the boys, she just had a test today. She come home from work yesterday feeling a bit, had the cold symptoms. And then she got home today and she had the test and she's positive and she's just isolating in her room downstairs. So,
Bloody hell.
Yeah, it's just a cold. But, she works in a warehouse and stuff like that. So with a lot of other people, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I hope everything's all right, mate.
It's not going to avoid it. It is what it is,
Yeah, that's it.
Just got to live with it.
You at home, King, or out the back?
No, I'm at home. I'm actually laying in bed.
Oh, right. You sound a bit off, mate. You okay?
Oh, I've got a bit of a croaky throat. The bloody went to a family barbecue thing. Massive. There's probably about 30 of us there, and it turns out we've all got sick, but it's not COVID.
Oh, it's monkeypox.
I'll probably start having dots over me soon.
Maddie got it, or is she okay?
Oh, she's got a bit of a croaky throat as well.
Mm.
Yeah, a lot of it's going around at the moment, isn't it? Like I know here in Melbourne, everyone's getting the fucking cold and a flu, and
There's some new strain which is hitting everyone now.
Yeah.
Once getting the press on tonight, and scaring the living Christ out of people.
Yeah, it's supposed to get into your lungs and shit.
Yeah.
Fucking. Yeah, look out.
No, it's nothing different than what's been going on for bloody years.
Yeah.
It's just we haven't been sick for two years, and now it's all smashing everyone. So
Yeah, they just like to just reinforce and remind everyone, every so often, So we're trying to get on.
In past years, you'd walk into a shopping centre or whatever, and how many people in winter, especially in winter, would you hear coughing and spluttering? And
Yeah.
But you just didn't take notice. You just didn't fucking. You just fucking. And you probably got it, and you fucking spread it, and that was life. That was winter, the fucking winter blues,
Yeah, now
you'd say to people, you've got, how you feel? Oh, I'm not too well. I've got the flu. Like it wouldn't stop you going out, would it? You've got the flu. Joke. You're saying to Pete earlier on tonight, saw an article. 10,000 people a day are getting it up in Sydney at the moment. Yet, and same down here in Victoria. Yet, we closed down for 9 months, here because 3 people had it. We closed down the state. What a waste of life that was, for 9 months. What an absolute waste of life.
There you go, Kanka.
Hey, how you going, Ray, mate?
Oh, not too bad. It sounds a bit croaky. As far as flus and that go up here, August when we get the exhibition, the big, the annual lag show, everyone comes in from out the bush with their flus, and then we usually get a bloody outbreak of flu around that time, August. So, but anyway, still skill with it at the moment.
Yeah, bamboo. That's right.
Thailand Epic went to that temple that I highlighted a video of last Sunday. Wat Teng Sai in Bangkrut, and just a beautiful temple, mate. He enjoyed it, and but old mate said, "Wouldn't it be nice to increase your fruit and vegetable intake?" Yeah, $10 a fucking lettuce, mate. Not happening. Do you know up here they're chopping the stalks off broccoli so they don't have to pay for the stalk with the weight?
What?
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. I saw that on the news.
I watched something on TV tonight. It was on one of those current affairs shows, and this old guy living in Melbourne, he's trying to, because he can't fucking pay his bills and that at home, he switches his power off every day. And like he turns it on for like lunch, and then he turns it off again, and then he turns it on for dinner, and then he turns it on again. So he kind of lives like that. He rents his stage shows. Fucking, you know, there's people going to these lengths to save it fucking a couple of dollars, you know, because the high standard of living in this country has gone through the roof.
Andy, I'm just shaking my fucking head at that. I mean, I haven't heard, and you know, I don't doubt what you're saying, but I remember saying a few months ago that, you know, this won't end. It'll just keep on going. It'll just keep on going. They, you know, governments around the world have committed to buying a certain amount of fucking vaccines. I mean, if we're just talking about Australia, they've got to get through 280 million vaccines.
Yeah. Wasn't that Tucker Carlson
that they've signed up for?
Yeah. Wasn't Tucker Carlson the other day, right? And somebody was on there explaining that all this new bloody clean energy shit and all that sort of stuff. He's going, is there anything going to pay for all this? Is governments don't want to pay for it? All the energy companies don't want to get a kick in the teeth. Is this get passed down in taxes? What do you think? Well, it's you know, the price of living's gone up all over the world. He says they've got to get the money somewhere to fucking, you know, to appease all the idiots. You know what I mean?
But all the money comes from, you know, from us, from the fucking the punter, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
The money doesn't come from, you know, the 1%ers. The money doesn't come from the, you know, the elite. The money comes from us. We're the ones that keep emptying our pockets to make all these projects, you know, to make all these projects come true, and all these motherfuckers get, you know, become billionaires.
Well, that's what these people are talking about, you know. Like they're just saying, it just makes sense that they pass it down the line to the fucking little guy, the worker. It's got to fucking pay it in taxes.
I don't think I've got a long time left, you know, on this planet. But I believe that I'm going to hear the word trillionaire before I fucking pass.
Yeah.
I am. I'm not kidding. I'm expecting to hear the word trillionaire before I fucking, you know,
a thousand
billion. Yep.
Yeah, look, that's just fucking ridiculous. How much money does one person ever need?
Elon Musk's almost there, isn't he?
He's not close to a trillion. Not 1,000 billion.
A lot of money.
Well, the Russian oligarchs aren't close anymore either.
No.
I don't know. Well, the Russian ruble is at the highest it's been in over 10 years.
Yeah.
These sanctions aren't hurting the Russians. They're hurting everyone else.
Right?
The ruble. No, the ruble now is fucking the highest it's been in over 10 years.
Yeah.
They got a shitload of oil to sell, and there's plenty of buyers.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of mail from Thailand Epic. Bit of zoom down to Weldy, boys. Grab the Leo before it goes up.
Oh, yeah. Don't get it up here. Fucking old man got a race today, and I thought better be picky what I get, what I can afford to make repayments on.
This one's still $2.
What's that one, Joe?
That's That's my beer. My 2 bahts beer.
Oh, nice.
made by Singer. It's 4.5.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
No,
Never seen that before.
My beer.
I've never heard of that.
Thailand.
Yeah.
It hasn't been out long. It hasn't been out long. It is a new one. I think I've been on it for about 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, you can buy that from 7-Eleven, can you?
Buy it from 7-Eleven, Lotus, Big C, fucking.
Oh, sweet.
Most places I've gone have got it.
Cool.
Me and the missus this week contacted a friend of ours who owns a travel agent, and she's arranging a trip for us in the next month or 2 months or so up to North Queensland with everything. And I think what it's going to end up costing us is probably the equivalent of 3 weeks in Thailand. But she hasn't got a lot of time at the moment, so we're just getting away while we can together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
So,
Still be a good trip away.
yeah, the cost doesn't matter, mate. You know, it's just to get out and about and bloody spend a bit of time together, which is nice. You know.
Let me know when you're up there. I'm heading up to Cairns on August the 9th.
Yeah,
Righto. No, we're up about a month later, mate.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Port Stephens is pretty expensive.
It fucking is at the moment, mate. It's school holidays, but it's we've got a rain bomb coming this week. We're going to have 150 millimeters on Saturday or Sunday.
I heard you're going to get loads of rain for the next few months.
Another East Coast load coming this weekend. Fucking huge, mate.
Port Stephens is a nice place. I've been up there a couple of times.
Fucking little.
Yeah, just bloody Port Stephens is a pretty place, but it's just not cheap. Nothing is cheap in Port Stephens. No.
What do you do? Drop your guts and blame it on your little?
Oh no, it's the original gangster sitting beside me. The young one's wandered off. When he doesn't get attention, he wanders off and waits for attention to come back into the study.
Oh, yeah.
He gets
not worth his while hanging around.
Gets a bit sooky, mate. I'm going to have to burn another incense stick. They've been dropping them all night, the dirty cunts.
They're saying Putin's the richest man in the world.
He certainly got the best watch collection in the world. There's no question about that. He has the most, extensive watch collection in the world. Putin.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You got to fucking some bloody rich blokes apparently put a bloody price on his head, but whether or not, just you don't know. It's all fucking.
One of the ones that got his yacht taken or something, didn't he?
All of them are losing their yachts at the moment. So they're gonna. There's one that they had in Gibraltar, and they're gonna auction it off. I thought, well, I wouldn't like to be the silly prick who bought that. How long you reckon he's going to keep that for, especially if he decides to go near Russia?
Good point.
He get himself shot and get his bloody, he'll lose his bloody boat. But anyway, apparently those sanctions, those boats are getting confiscated because of what Putin did with fucking planes that have been leased out from Western countries over there. He just took all these like planes that they've been using, like those like move people around Russia. He just took them all and just said, "They're mine now," and and then I had that bloody explanation there a while back, and I thought, well, that makes sense. But then again, the oligarchs actually run the country. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, all the super yachts are going to the West, 1%ers. At bargain prices.
Yeah, there's one in Fiji. They just took it over to bloody San Francisco or bloody California.
I'm sure Hunter Biden will end up with one, and he'll fucking forget. He'll leave it sitting around somewhere.
Yeah, forget where he put it. Is that the latest one or something? They reckon bloody Trump tried to bloody beat him, tried to slap a bloody what do you call it? One of the bloody
he manhandled and apparently tried to
take the keys out of the fuck.
Yeah, and partly strangled him as he was trying to reach over to the to the steering wheel of the limo, or the presidential limousine.
Limo's got a big fucking bulletproof bloody barrier between the driver and the fucking passenger compartment.
Yeah, but see, if you've heard that on mainstream media, you would not have heard that the agents involved, that the Secret Service agents involved, have come out and said that they will publicly, fucking under oath, all that sort of shit, tell the truth in that it never fucking happened, that bitch is lying. But
it's certainly what Ray says certainly makes sense. The President of the United States does not sit in the front seat next to a driver of a vehicle.
Exactly.
It's always in the back. Even in an open vehicle with old JFK, mate, he was in the back.
How's he going to grab the steering wheel from the back seat?
100%, 100%, mate.
What? More more likely, why would he? You know,
Look, I'm not an expert in body language, but I saw that hearing because they called an emergency meeting. They called an emergency meeting, and it was a bombshell. This fucking bombshell, a surprise witness is talking at the fucking Jan 6 hearing. So I thought I'll tune into this and have a look. And I'm no body language expert, but that bitch was fucking lying through her teeth.
You can see it.
I watched a bit of fucking that Johnny Depp and Amber fucking trial as well, and same body language. She was lying, and within hours, Secret Service have come out and said it's fucking bullshit. It never happened. It's they are lying through their fucking teeth. Now the emergency meeting that they called for the January 6th hearing that they only fucking released to the media a couple of days ago or a few days ago, it was actually pre-recorded 4 months ago.
No, is that right?
Fucking unreal, you can't make this shit up, can you? This is only a character assassination before the bloody midterms. That's all this is, basically. Where's Zimmy?
It's funny, like body language isn't rocket science, but if you have some semblance of normality, you can read certain things.
Oh, of course you can. Look at their eyes.
And the eyes, the mouth movement, the head movement, the hand movement in particular.
Spot on, Joe. Yes, Joe.
Next time you get a chance, watch any Biden speech that he has done in the last fucking 18 months when he's talking about the enemy, the white supremacist and Donald Trump.
There used to be an Australian guy called Alan Peace who was a body language expert, and he was really good. And he would give you certain things, but if you've been around it for a while, you know how to do it better than others, you know what I mean? But everyone has that in them to analyse body language. Jesus.
I saw one of those body language experts talking about Nancy Pelosi.
Well, the first thing you'd come up with is she's drunk.
He was there trying to. They reckon, she's trying to shove that girl out of the picture. She just bumped her in the shoulder. I don't know what the fucking story was there, but they fucking. I don't know.
First word that comes to mind with her is psychotic.
Oh, she is. She's a fucking nut.
She's in her 80s. What the fuck is she doing there? Go home.
Go home. Spend your
$360. Live your life.
Exactly. You only got $360 million fucking dollars. How much more do you need? Fuck. It's power, Oh, Jesus, some of this. What's that? Tucker Carlson a fair bit, and a lot of that shit makes perfect sense. Zimmy.
Zimmy here now, is he?
No, he'll be listening probably. Fucking his temples will be throbbing.
Nice compliment. Thanks, Luke. Good on you, mate.
No, it's just crazy what's going on. Like anybody with a fucking brain can actually see what's going on. But I don't know. It's fucking crazy. But fucking that one about the bloody trying to get the keys of the bloody limo, that just cracked me up. I thought, what the fucking hell? They're really desperate for bloody, and the theatricals too, when they're talking about the insurrection.
Oh yeah. Oh, anything to bring Trump down.
Oh yeah. I laugh if he randomly got in again.
I actually hope he doesn't run again, and I hope that the Republicans put Ron DeSantis up as the runner, because if DeSantis decides to run, and he won't decide yet until November, but if he puts his hand up, I reckon he'll fucking smash at him. Because too many people hate Trump because Orange Man bad, and he talked about grabbing a woman on the pussy. He's Satan. He's a bad person. But somebody like Ron DeSantis is fucking wiping the floor with the likes of Biden, Pelosi, anything that they're throwing at him, he's wiping the floor with them.
Yeah.
And Ron DeSantis, I reckon if he puts his hand up, he'll be in for sure,
You
guaranteed.
see bloody Harris's bloody explanation about those people that died in the back of their semi-trailer.
Yeah.
No, the last few days I haven't kept up with that. But
hey, you'll love that one. He's obviously blaming the previous administration, and their lack of border force and bloody, and their fault and all that sort of shit.
So the guy who wanted to build a fucking wall is to blame for dead people in the back of a fucking semi-trailer who's just driven over the fucking border because Joe Biden has taken down the wall.
Yeah.
Biden and Trump are just like chalk and cheese, aren't they?
Oh,
I mean, it's so
Black and white. One is pro-America and the other one is
Black and orange.
pro-globalist.
Pro-pocket.
Yeah, black and orange.
Exactly. No, well,
Just hang on a sec, Phil. Sorry, hang on. What was that? I've just had a word from our sponsor who's got the shits.
Oh,
Stand by. Our sponsor has to be mentioned in the first hour of every stream, fellas. So just stand by. 3, 2, 1.
พี่ว่าบ้านหาใครอ่ะ
หาสายป่าน
สายป่านอยู่ไหนอ่ะ
ให้ป่านที่ไหนไม่รู้สายป่านเข้าไปในป่า
อ่ะลองเรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านไม่รู้อยู่ไหน
เรียกสายป่านเลย
สายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่านป่านในหัวสายป่านเข้าไปในป่าป่านในหัวสายป่านอาศัยป่านหัวสายป่านลงมาเข้าไปในป่าป่านในหัวสายป่านสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่าน
never gets old.
yeah, you never get sick of that one, do you? Really?
How good is that,
We
man?
haven't got a name for it, have we yet? We got to give it a name.
No, there is a
Yeah,
name.
give it a name. Yeah, come
Yeah.
up with a name.
Stephanie.
Yeah, no,
That'll
we'll,
do. Yeah, Stephanie.
I could think of one, but it wouldn't go down too well.
we'll let the chat come up with a name. Let the chat come up with a name. You can't be a good lady boy, can you? They're fantastic, aren't they?
You can rename that too, Joe. You can rename
Some of you guys would know what Synapsunundoi means.
Sanap, joy.
Synapsunundoi.
Jono, what's that mean, Jono?
I'm not sure.
It's about sponsorship. When you hear it on radios and television, Thai television and radio, Synapsunundoi, and they have it's leading into our sponsors.
Yeah, right.
Okay, trust me, look it up.
What about Bruce? The big W suggests. Bruce. Hey, Bruce. Alan Jones classic. Oh, g'day, Bruce. Bruce. Jonesy.
That's what I call my kid, Bruce.
I was thinking Bruce, the shark. The shark from Nemo, Finding Nemo.
Or maybe Droopity. Droopity.
Yeah, look at Google something. Hang on a minute.
Oh, yeah, we'll come up with a good name.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Cracker.
Oh, geez. Oh, mate, things aren't looking good. I just flicked across. Woohoo.
Yeah.
Oh, what a classic.
Amanda. That's funny. That's funny.
But I just saw in StreamYard you can rename that video, Joe.
Yeah. Well,
the title.
Yeah, once we come up with a name, go for it. She looks like Trev. I don't know.
I just put in funny ladyboy names. There's one come up, Sexy Pancake.
Oh, she's probably as tall as Trev.
That's a good idea, Henry. I might give that homework. I'll give the missus some homework. Can you give us a full transcript of that video? Might throw some.
She said she doesn't know where where he's gone. That's and she screamed out, Stefan. You deny. Where are you? Where are you? She's screaming out.
Yeah, come home or something.
Yeah,
your barn.
Stephanie.
Yeah, Stephanie's good.
Stephanie.
Yeah, where are you? Yeah.
It's Stephanie.
Need a refill.
Oh, because it sounds like you lie, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know. Okay.
Which is the original. The very first one I did was Stephen, you lie.
Yes.
For obvious reasons.
Have you ever seen any? Like speaking of faux pas in translation and things like that, have you ever seen any of those YouTube videos where a bloke goes through the most famous songs in history, and all those lyrics we thought we were singing are wrong? There's a couple of YouTube videos out there where a comedian goes through it, and we're totally wrong in a lot of things with all the songs that we've sung over the years. Completely off the rocker,
What about that song they put up about Trump, where they changed the word, the lion speaks tonight, to the liar speaks tonight.
Isn't it brilliant how they do that, Jono? Isn't it fucking brilliant, some of the editing?
Oh, yes, very sharp people out there. Very.
Yeah, you mean like, we will fuck you.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. Or little hurly burly gave my anus curly whirly and asked me if I needed a ride, Just various things in various songs over the years, And have you ever seen that song by an Australian band, and the lead singer of the band is actually now a transitional, it's gone from a bloke to a Sheila. And it's called Four Chords. Four Chords. And the name of the band, I'll just find the name of the band for you. I don't know if we'd get away with playing it or not.
What's it in Thailand now? About 5:30, is it, Joe?
Yep, 5:24.
Yeah.
Axis of Awesome.
Dinner time shortly.
Axis of Awesome's the name of the band. There's only four chords in every song in the world. 4 chords in every song in the world. Did you blokes know that?
No. Fucking. It's hard to believe, actually.
Yeah, Ray, that one you've sent me, I've seen her on and off for the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, pretty fucking.
She's a bit of a mess, but she's famous.
Yeah.
Just going to grab a drink.
Now, I note, Joe, that we've had, and they're my fault, over the last couple of videos, we've had 2 copyright issues, but because we're not monetized, it's okay.
Downstairs to get a drink.
Yeah. So in light of that,
as long as we're not getting copyright, it's fine. Yeah. I think I played, the Jim video tribute video, and that one's got Sound of Silence. Sound of Silence.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so we get copyright claims as long as we're not getting strikes. So it should be fine.
So, do you reckon I can play this one?
Which one is it?
It's by a band called Axis of Awesome. And it's called 4 Chords.
Never heard of it. If you have a look in their YouTube, go look in their description.
Yes.
And scroll down to the bottom of their description. And is there a record label making a claim to the music?
Okay, hang on a sec. I've only got the chat. There's no description.
Is it off YouTube?
Yeah, it's off YouTube, mate.
You should have a
There's no
description.
actual description. How many copyrights can you get into 5? So they probably got copyright strikes themselves in their own video.
Not strikes.
No.
Claims.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, but
like all it means is any monetization this video would get if the channel is monetized, goes to the claimant.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
That's right. So I don't think we'd be in too much danger, but it's a reasonably long video. I don't want to manipulate or monopolize the stream with it, but just if you've had enough, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down in like the guys in our immediate thing. Okay, so I'll put it up and just see how it goes, eh? But it gives a bit of an intro, and it's at a comedy festival. So I'll let it speak for itself. But just bear in mind, the lead singer now is a Sheila.
Oh,
Before you press play, I saw a meme a few hours ago that actually had me in stitches, but very, very poignant. In 2022, it's dating in the 70s or something.
About hair?
Yeah, dating.
Is it about hair?
No, dating in the 70s. The guy is talking to the Sheila. How about you come out to me car and we fuck in the back seat? Some words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then dating in 2022. So how long have you been a woman?
I had a meme not so long ago about pubic hair and how it's changed over the decades, and now from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, it's gone from very hirsute to nil. And I can tell you, back in the 80s, mate, before I met my wife, I went out with a young lady and she had the biggest bush I've ever been involved with, and it was that intimidating. I never went down on it, mate. It was fucking huge.
Yeah.
It was about a foot square.
Ray made it. It was a beauty, I think it said, call me old-fashioned, but, I prefer my women without pricks.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, God. I'll give this one a go and give us a thumb, collectively give us a thumb if you've had enough, okay?
I'll go for a smoke while listening.
Right, sweet.
Oh, John,
all right, here we go, boys. Here we go. Where is it? There it is. Shit, where is it?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jordan.
I'm Lee.
And we are the Axis of Awesome.
And I'm Benny.
We've been a comedy rock band for close to 40 years now. And all that time, we've never had a hit. And
Yeah, but you guys know why. Why? Because we never wrote a 4-chord song.
What's that? What's a 4-chord song, Benny?
Well, if you want all the greatest hits from the past 40 years, just use 4 chords. Same 4 chords for every song. It's dead simple to write a pop hit.
Just 4?
Yeah, these 4. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4 chords.
Sorry, let me get this straight, Chicken Little. What you're trying to say is you can take those 4 chords, repeat them, and pump out every pop song ever. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off, Chicken Little.
Just listen. Do you recognise this?
Yeah, that is Don't Stop Believing by Journey.
It's a great song.
Very original.
There's a few more that fit. Check it out. My life is brilliant. My love is pure. I saw an angel. Of that I'm sure.
Well, that's just 2 songs that are similar. That's not a big
forever young.
3 songs.
I wanna be forever young. I won't hesitate no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. This is the way you left me. I'm not pretending. No love, no hope, no glory, no happy ending. 'Cause you were amazing. We did amazing things. If I could, then I would. I'd go wherever you will go. Feel the love tonight, and she will be loved.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner.
That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. We'll go riding on the horses, yeah. No woman, no cry.
Yeah, Mama, there surely is a dream.
I come from a land down under.
Once a jolly swagman kept by a billabong. Take on me.
When I come around.
Take me on.
Oh, when I come around.
I'll be gone when you're Say tonight.
Gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do.
Oh no, she's playing with me. Well, that's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem. Oh,
Thousand eyes and a good disguise. Hit 'em right between the eyes. Hit 'em right between the eyes. 'Cause I'm not here for your entertainment. You don't really wanna mess with me tonight.
Can't read my, no, we can't read my poker face.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Lost and insecure.
You found me. She wants to touch me, woo-hoo. She wants to love me, woo-hoo. She'll never leave me, woo-hoo. Ooh. Enjoy yourself. Take only what you need from here.
Take your canvas bags. Take your canvas bags. Take your canvas bags to the supermarket. Take your canvas bags. Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed. Lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see I'm more than a bird. I'm more than a plane. I'm the bird plane. I'm the bird plane. I'm not the fucking bird plane.
Doesn't that sound familiar? Doesn't that hit you close to home? Doesn't that make you shiver? The way that things have gone. And doesn't that seem peculiar? 'Cause everyone wants a little more. It's something I do remember. To never go this far, that's all it takes to be a star.
There you go, fellas. 4 chords.
Very good. Very good. Indeed.
Very talented.
So I'll try and find a picture of the lead singer. And as old mate said, wow, the music's great, but I can't see him looking better as a transition. And old mate, you are 150% correct. It'd be like me dressing up in drag, mate. Jeez, imagine meeting me in Sydney at that bar, Suckerhorn, and g'day, John. G'day, John. How you going? Oh, fuck, Timmy, you've changed a bit. Oh, God. Right?
Just have you order a couple of drinks and say, I'll have a beer on and my husband will have a fucking... No. Very good reaction.
I just noticed on one of Pedro's bloody streams too that he was in the hotel we met at, Jono.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. So that would explain why you said where I was sitting at the time when you walked in.
It's funny how a lot of people have been to that hotel before, and there's people that have met their girlfriends in there and their wives, and people just had fucking great times. Apparently, like, it really goes off on the weekend upstairs and shit. I mean, you probably know more than me, Tim, but
yeah, there's a mate. To be quite honest, Pedro, there's a lot of Thai pubs that go off around that area from Thursday to Sunday night. It is simply outstanding.
Yeah, I've got a few
my
comments
next
about the pub that everyone kind of could relate
my next
to.
door into the city's on the July 16 for the Australian, the Wallabies playing England, but I can't wait. Staying in a hotel for the night. Oh.
Yeah.
Footy finishes, mate. Thai town.
Yeah,
Speaking of Speaking of rugby, what happened last week with Queensland and the Blues?
The Blues won.
Ray, you there?
No, you might have disappeared.
Yeah, I'm here. Had to go for piss.
What's it?
Huh?
What happened to Queensland? What happened to Queensland last week?
That fucked up big time.
What's
Yeah.
just quickly, TMW? What's the name of that hotel in Thai town?
Well, no. That's not the name of the one we met at. I can research and get it for you.
Yeah, just a couple of blokes on the chat want to know. Like, it's a
Colchester,
good pub. If
yeah.
you want to, I reckon if you want to go to a pub, like a good Aussie pub, which is kind of Thai, you want to take your missus or you want to meet a couple of Thai people there, I reckon you go there on a Friday, Saturday night.
Hang on a sec. Well, Mr. B's is the be all and end all as far as I'm concerned. It's outstanding, mate. And Joe and Kanga have been there.
Oh, Mr. B's. Okay, I haven't been there.
It's just down the road from it, mate.
Yeah, if you've got some hidden Travolta moves in you, that sort of stuff, mate, Mr. B's
Oh
is
yeah,
the go.
certainly have.
Mr. B's is the go. After a couple.
Yeah, the Chamberlain. So, Luke, if you're looking for a good pub in Sydney, a good Thai pub, you can't really go past the Chamberlain or
Hitting Campbell Streets.
Like Joe says, Mr. B's. Check it out.
That link in which Thai Epic's got up there. You know, if I just searched that, as he suggested, it looks like there's another version of What's the Red in there that's got 193,000 views on it, and it's a longer version. So it might be can we whack that up? That might be amusing to watch. Funny Thai Saipan, where are you? Let's see if
check that one out. But Luke, if you want to go to a good Thai pub, mate, the Chamberlain or Mr. B's, mate.
Well, there's a couple as well. The one straight across from Mr. B's is outstanding as well, mate.
Yeah,
and
right.
That's got an underground place that all the young ones go to for all their latest music. I don't even know what it's called. My young bloke's into it, but he's been there a few times. Civic Underground. It's the Civic Hotel opposite Mr. B's.
If I would have known that years ago, I probably would have just gone to Sydney, just go to Thai Town, I reckon.
Well, Thai Town wasn't like it. Thai Town didn't exist, Pedro, years ago.
Yeah, right.
It was where Mr. B's used to be the one of the biggest Chinese restaurants in Sydney. I went to my first fatal accident there. A car ended up in the doorway. And it was a big Chinese restaurant frequented by some of the colourful identities of Sydney, and now it's a pub. And all that changed about probably within 10 years ago. It just started developing bit by bit into Thai Town. And now it's a major influence in the city, extending to where Jono and I first started at Charlie Chan's on George Street. So it goes right up to George Street across the other side, but it goes right back to mate, it's a big block. It's a huge block.
Yeah, I don't.
Roastery.
Yeah, the Thai nightlife.
That's the one, Henry. The Mandarin. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing like Sydney's got so much on Melbourne. Melbourne's not even close to Sydney when it comes to the Thai kind of John Ray nightclub scene.
I thought it was supposed to be the most livable fucking city in the fucking universe.
Oh, Ray's back.
I've been here for a while. I just keep hearing that. The only people I know that believe it are people that vote for fucking Dan Andrews. Everyone I know that you'll see them all moving up here. Oh, it's just they're coming up. It's like a mass exodus at the moment. They're just coming up here buying land.
No, I think it was something to do with the air, Ray. I think we had like the second best clean air in the world after Tasmania.
Yeah, it's nice down there. It's a lovely place. I can't say, I enjoyed down there, but I still like where I am better because we don't get we rarely get a winter, and it's just, we got so many beautiful beaches around here. I mean, really good ones. Sort of thing. But anyway, they got, both states have got their good points and bad points.
That one for you, Tim.
Yeah, got it, mate. I'll just answer it on the mic. Roger, Luke, yes, Roger Rogerson was, but he was coming to an end in late 83. I joined the job in August 84, and he was on his way out being charged with fraud at the Commonwealth Bank and things like that. But I did have an opportunity to meet him when he was in the dock for fraud, and my mate went to fingerprint him, and I was charging someone else, and my mate went to fingerprint him, Alan McQueen, who got murdered in the line of duty, and Roger Rogerson said, "You're not fingerprinting me because I'm known to the officer in charge of this building," and he was quite correct. He was known to the officer in charge of the building, and my mate shaped up to him, being a boxer, and there was no way he was going to be fingerprinted, and that's one of the things in New South Wales. If you're known to, and you have had your prints taken before, you don't necessarily have to be fingerprinted. It's just one of the little things hidden down. But he was quite right. Very smart man, mate. But Rogerson's history tells a story. But to answer your question, I started off at the same station that Rogerson was at, but he had left prior to me joining as a young fella.
You have to be fingerprinted for this too.
Oh, yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. So to get your Thai ID, well, just the thumbs.
And
they
passport.
fingerprint your thumbs.
And Thai passport, you've got to be fingerprinted.
Oh, okay, yep.
Do they do ink, Joe, or is it electronic?
No.
With a scanner?
Just a scan, electronic scan.
When Pete can say confirm this, but when my missus went up, to Thai embassy recently, I asked what they did, and they said they checked her fingerprints, and took a picture of her iris. But
okay.
I remember
biometrics.
3 years ago when I went to Thailand, they took fingerprints on entry, and
they did, didn't they?
Yeah. With the Thai license, if you guys want to get a Thai license when you're over here, you've got to have your it's easier if you just use your international driving permit, I found.
Yeah, righto.
So you just go in there and you want to transfer. You don't want a new license. You want to transfer the driving permit into a Thai driving license.
Yep.
That way you don't have to sit any of the the exams, the 5-hour videos and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
So what I did, I just walked in, showed him the permit, showed him the passport, showed him a doctor's certificate. You got to show them a doctor's certificate to say that you're A-OK, and that you're able to drive, or
Yeah, okay.
They give you 30 days at the moment. It's usually 30 days. You come back, so it's 30 days out for the next appointment. You go in. You've got to wear long pants and closed shoes, and no sleeveless shirts.
Really?
Yeah. You go in, you say, "I'm here, hello, blah, blah, blah." They check all your documents again, because in Thailand, that's what they do. They check every fucking thing 10 times. Every person, every station you go to, it's fucking... But, so I did that. Then you go upstairs. They do eyesight test. That's all good. Then you got to do a color blindness test. So you got to tell them when it's red, when it's yellow, when it's green, and they mix them all up. So they got like a traffic light signal, and the red will show up in the green where the green would normally go, or vice versa. The green is up top, and and they do that 9 times, and you've got to call out the color you see, right, when they flash it. So that was all good. Then you go to a what do they call it? depth perception test. So you stand on the line, you look into this box where there's 2 sticks, and the sticks are at, like at different depths, right? So you've got to push one stick is fixed and the other stick is movable, and you press the remote. They give you a remote, and you press the stick until you think it's lined up with the other stick in the box, right? And you've got to be within half an inch of the stick. You pass that, you go to the next station. The next station is the brake alert, the reflex. So that you've got an automatic setup on the floor. So you've got a go pedal and a brake pedal. You sit on the thing. You've got to press go. It's green, and then all of a sudden the red will come up, and you've got to react to it. And you've got to do it within 0.75 of a second. And if you do that, you pass. You go to the next fucking station.
God!
And the next station is peripheral test. So you stick your face and your nose, or you stick your face in this machine, and it's got a place for your nose. You've got to stick it in there, and you've got to react to when you see a light in your peripheral, whether it's red or green, and you tell them what color it is. If you get that, you got the fucking license.
Oh, really? Like Thai Epic says,
you can drive.
You might as well just stick to the international license, eh? Like Thailand Epic says that, but
Yeah, but you've got to renew that every year. Can you have an international license if you're sort of permanently residing there? That would be the question.
Oh, well, yeah, that's different, obviously.
12 months, and then you've got to go back to Australia to get another permit.
Yeah,
right.
You can do it online though, I think.
I don't think you can, because you got photos.
Yeah, but it's all digital, mate. I uploaded mine from my desk to get my international license. I didn't go anywhere. I did it from my computer.
Okay, well, you're going to have a problem here in Thailand, because the police get onto you if it's over 3 months. So if you've been in the country for more than 3 months, you're expected to have a Thai driver's license. If you're still on a permit, if you're on a driving permit, that's only applicable here in Thailand for 3 months, even though the Australian, NRMA or fucking the other, state places, they give you 12 months. But here in Thailand, they expect you to, if you're here longer than 3 months, that you get yourself a Thai license. No doubt, this is Thailand. There's going to be many stories of people, that have had their permit for 12 months and they've only been driving on that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Definitely worth doing if you're moving there. You've got to obviously get that sorted, don't you?
And the whatever it's called, the yellow book, that took I think 5 hours and about 7 or 8 fucking tables that you got to go to, and every table they flick through every fucking document that the one before has, and
that's the house registration,
yeah. So they've gone through, and then you have an interview with an immigration officer who, this particular one, is asking me why I've moved to Thailand. Why have you moved to Thailand? Told her.
Good question.
Well, are you running away from something in Australia?
Yeah.
Are you hiding something?
You a terrorist.
What the fuck? Just. But got that.
What answer did you give her? The simple answer would be, I married a Thai woman and I want to be with her in her country. That's too difficult, is it?
That's exactly what I said, and she sort of, she looked a bit puzzled. Why would you want to live in Thailand? Why do you want to live in Thailand?
From what we're talking about, we're portraying how hard it is for Joe to get the essentials in Thailand. How hard was it for you blokes, in retrospect, to get a Thai missus over here as a permanent resident and a citizen or what have you? How hard was that process? And I believe it's more expensive these days with visas and things.
I mean, I'm out of this conversation. I'm out of this conversation because I met mine in Australia, so it was relatively easy to go through the process there. But obviously,
we've got hurdles as well, mate. I believe.
Mm.
So what are your takes on that, Pedro and Jono?
Oh, look at it, Jono. Suckerhorn would know better than me. It was a long time ago. Things have changed, but I know after jumping all through the hoops over in Thailand. To get the wife over here, we had to get married within a certain period of time in Australia.
Well, so that's fiance's visa, right?
Fiance visa, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. That's what my first wife came out here on, but she couldn't get out of. She had a difficulty getting out of Thailand because she had a conviction for gambling, and they weren't going to give her the rubber stamp to come out from Thailand. And I pulled a few strings, and I knew Joan Child, and she was the Speaker of the House of Representatives. She was the first female Speaker in the House of Representatives. And I spoke to her, and I said, "Look, I'm having trouble getting my Thai wife out here." I said, "She's ticked all the boxes." I said, "Except, she just hasn't got, the rubber stamp, from the embassy. I've been waiting 3 months." She said, 3 months you've been waiting? She said, "I'll get back to you." She got back to me within an hour. Within an hour, she got back to me, and she said, "Can you arrange a ticket for your wife?" And I said, "Yes, I can virtually do that instantaneously." She said, "Well, do that and then come back to me." So I arranged a ticket within minutes, virtually, within 10 minutes. I rang her back and I said, here's a ticket, flying out, at Thailand. She said, "No worries, she'll be on tomorrow's flight then, and I'll get a car sent to her residence to pick her up and take her to the airport." That was the first time around. But once she came to Australia, she was like Peter said, she had to be married within 3 months. She came out under a fiance's visa. So we got married within 3 months, and we got married we went into town for the honeymoon. We got married on the Sunday, went into town, stayed at a hotel overnight, and I booked a hotel close to the immigration department. I left the hotel in the morning, went into the immigration department, and she became an Australian citizen immediately. Just walked into the immigration department and said, here's the marriage certificate.
Right.
Who wants to apply to be an Australian citizen? Yep, no worries, sit down here. The bloke said, "Oh, can she speak English?" I said, "No." So don't worry, we'll fix it out. He's come out with a little piece of paper written in pencil in Thai, the Oath of Allegiance of Australia. And she's read that out. Read out her Oath of Allegiance to Australia in Thai. Bang, bang, you're an Australian citizen. Now,
wow. Now, Jesus.
Not like that now. You
got to answer a quiz, mate.
Unless you're 60 and over, which my wife had never passed. My current wife, she'd never passed the English test. No way in the world she'd pass. But if she's over 60, you're exempt sitting the English test. So we're just waiting to the end of this year, and she turns 60, and I'll make application so she can become an Australian citizen then. But it's crazy, like her son's an Australian citizen, her husband's an Australian citizen, but I haven't pushed the issue yet. But once she turns 60, I'll be putting in an application so she can become an Australian citizen.
But I believe
I'd like to travel to Japan.
I believe these days that I've got a mate that he's married to a Filipino, and she's a very educated woman, and she's out here now, and it cost him a freaking bomb to get her out of here, and I'm talking like 40 grand.
Yes, I've got a mate he just came over and had a couple of drinks with me yesterday. He's
well, that's right.
He's sharing a house with this woman, and he gets on quite well with her, but this woman's got a boyfriend, and he's footing the bills at the moment, but she's got a child to an Australian citizen. This bloke's Indian, but he's also an Australian citizen, and she has a child to him, but he's married to another woman. But the child is an Australian citizen, and she's trying to get permanent residency in Australia, and he's had to make an application to say that he is their partners. And if she says that she's got an Australian partner, she can stay. But this Indian bloke, who's the father of the kid, he's footing the bill. He's footing the bill for all this. And apparently my mate was saying it's cost over 20 grand so far. And it's still not rubber stamped.
Jeez.
I remember back in the day, and I'm talking probably 20, 25 years ago, a mate of mine went over to England, fell in love with a Pom, brought her back here, good sort, mate, and her sister married another mate of mine. And they had to prove, they toured around Australia, they bought a block of land in Airlie Beach, and they built a house and all this sort of stuff. He ended up a multi. But he had to prove photographically a history of them spending time together, a history of documentation, blah,
it was
blah,
like
blah.
that.
Back in the day.
Yeah, you had to provide photos and.
Yeah.
That wasn't hard to do. You kind of just backtrack.
My current wife, I had to, to do that, but she came out here. I didn't take her long to get out here because I had a business, and I put her down as I wanted her to be a translator in Australia for me, and I went guarantor for her to come out as a tourist, on a tourist visa. So from when I asked her to come out to Australia, to picking her up at the airport, it was less than 3 weeks. So that was very quick, and we went back and forwards. So that was a 3-month visa. Then we extended another 3 months. That was 6 months. We went back to Thailand, got another visa, and we came back into Tullamarine, and we're holding hands walking through the airport, and immigration pulled us over, and she said, "Give us a look at your passport," and anyway, the woman pulled us to one side, and she said, "I can see what's going on here." She said, "Next time, get the right visa when you're coming into Australia," and she let us through. But she could have knocked us back, but she said, "Next time, get the right visa." Anyway, within about 3 months, my wife fell pregnant, with the little bloke, on the second time round. So after 9 months of being together, she fell pregnant, and we just went out and got married straight away. Went out and got married, and then we went into immigration. Oh no, we didn't get married. First, we went into immigration, said she was pregnant, and they say, "Oh, if she's pregnant, to you, and child's going to be an Australian citizen, there's not a problem, And she was, made an Australian citizen on the spot, but that cost $2.5 grand. That was $2.5 grand for that, but I think that's cheaper. That was 15 years ago, 16 years ago now.
Yeah, when I went through it back in 1995, I think, when I brought my missus over, and all I remember, that you had to show evidence of relationship. I just wrote like fucking 8 fucking written letters in one day and just backdated them, and photos and all that. But the saving grace for me was I was given a name of an Australian, an employee that worked at the Australian Embassy. So I didn't have to deal with the ties across the fucking, across the jump, across the counter. Yeah. I had the internal phone number for this Aussie guy that worked in the embassy, and I rang him, and he just told me how it was. He goes, "All right, you do this and do this and do that." And I just wrote it all down, and you just go through me. And he just made it so much easier, just that I had an insight. I had the bloke there that just looked after me, and it just made things a lot easier than just dealing with the ties over the counter. So that was my saving grace, you know.
I'll tell you where the money is, boys. Bloody getting your Thai missus, if she's coherent in both English and Thai, getting to be a translator with either the embassy or the various authorities. Mate, good pay. Good pay.
Yeah.
And that'd work in Thailand too, Joe.
Mate, no. My missus is not happy being around for lungs. To be honest, she and a lot of Thais in my community don't have a lot of time for a lot of lungs, because I mean, just going to my driver's license the other day, some of the pigs that I saw, and the way they just disrespect people, and you know the way they talk down to the girl behind the counter, just saying, well, you need this, you need that, and you need this, and they're fucking going off like, you know, their shit doesn't stink. And back in fucking America, well, we do it this way, and it gives a fuck, you know, just.
And I would imagine if you're a translator from English to Thai at any of the embassies, you would only deal with fuckwits.
Well, they're there because they have fucking issues. And why are
Exactly.
they? Why do they have issues? Because they didn't fucking read the fine print. They didn't read the fine print. They're fucking lazy to fucking fill out the forms properly.
Lost their passport, whatever.
Oh yeah, you know, it's just you're dealing with a fucking dregs. I mean, no offense, but you know, most of the guys over in Thailand are already fucking society dropouts, and then you got to deal with these cunts that have got fucking even more issues. Thanks, but no thanks. My missus fucking deserves a lot better than that. Hence the big bucks, you know. Good on them.
Kangaroos missus is looking into it as a second job. Mate, big money, I'll tell you. 50 plus bucks an hour.
When I went up to the embassy in Sydney to get my wife's passport renewed, her Thai passport renewed, I'd rang up a couple of weeks before and I said, oh, look, my wife's got a little bit of, you know, difficulty in reading and writing Thai. And they said, oh, come in half an hour early and, you know, we'll get it all worked out. I said, yeah, no worries. So sure as life, I get there half an hour early, and my wife said, you know, she gets a bit shy. She said, oh, you speak to the woman behind the drop. So I walked in there and I started speaking Thai to this, girl who was, sort of like a receptionist. You know, she had she was the first person you met when you walked into her, and I started speaking Thai to her. Well, it's like I dropped a big fucking fart or something in the joint, and everyone just stopped, and it was like in slow motion, and everyone was listening and hanging on every word, which I was saying. And the woman said, oh, you speak pretty good Thai, and and then she's asked my wife, can you speak any Thai? Can you read any Thai? My wife said, oh, a little bit. And then the woman said to me in perfect English, she said, yes, well, don't worry, you just sit over there with your son and I'll take care of everything from here. She just washed her hands with me quick as a flash. But, she was a highly qualified woman, spoke perfect English, and you could see that she was highly educated. There's no question she was highly educated, but, I thought to myself, looking at, the people in the embassy, the consulate up in Sydney, these people on a really good job, they've got a really good job, because they're here working for the Thai government. I said, they'd have to be on Australian wages, not Thai wages. And the embassy would put them up in, good accommodation. And I said, these are very, privileged people, but, you'd find out that, 99% of them would be, the daughters or related to, family of generals or very high-ranking politicians. Like, I just don't hand out embassy jobs to anyone. In Thailand, they'd be highly qualified, extremely well-connected people. And how she was looked after. Like, you couldn't fault them. There wasn't a problem at all. all very nice and respectful, and but it's crazy. You've got to go from Melbourne up to Sydney. But I met a couple of blokes in there. One bloke was from Queensland, and another bloke was from Perth, and they weren't too happy that you had to travel all that distance to get your wife's passport renewed. Thais didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck.
Jono, that day we met in the first place, or the second place, we went to Charlie Chan's, and
yes, mate.
Geez, I wish I was 38 years younger, mate. You sit. We're both sitting there, and the beautiful Thai barmaids are sitting there, and you start speaking Thai, and they're Mr. John, Mr. John.
Oh yeah,
Mr. John, you could have made an introduction for me as a young fella, mate, before I got married. If we turn back time.
Thais don't like that, though.
Don't they?
Thais, no, they don't like Thai. They don't like you speaking Thai to them. You know too much. Thais don't like.
They were quite impressed, though, mate.
Oh yeah, but they don't particularly like it.
What? Because you can listen in.
Yeah. You know too much. Thais don't like you knowing too much. Hence the example which Joe put forward before. Where the woman asked him, "Why do you want to live in Thailand? Why? What are you're running away from something in Australia? It doesn't occur to them that you're in love with this woman and you want to share, your life with her in her country, or you might like Thailand. Like that's just a total anathema, to Thais. Because if they all had the chance, they'd be living in Australia. If you gave them a chance, where would you want to live, Australia or Thailand? They'd pick Australia every day of the week. Like you ask 90% of Thais, or 99% of Thais, if you could, live in a foreign country overseas, where would you like to live, Thailand or that foreign country? They'll say the foreign country.
It'd have to be tops over Europe, though, with all the cold weather, surely. Australia.
They wouldn't care, like to them, and especially in more recent years, Thais are very, what's the word, disgruntled with the nepotism and the corruption which is going on in Thailand. And it's only amongst the younger people in Thailand where it's coming to the fore. And
becoming more savvy.
There's no opportunities. I mean, there's not as many opportunities in Thailand as there is in, say, Australia for, young Thais to come out. And, if they want to work, for instance, my missus's two brothers are like construction workers, and they're finding it hard to make $1 at the moment with COVID and all that kind of stuff. If they come over here, they'd make fucking shitloads.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it'd be a no-brainer. They would come out tomorrow, just for the money.
I'd love to see more Thais coming over here than the fucking Indians that have invaded the joint, mate. I tell you. Every fucking shop around my area now is owned by an Indian.
Yeah.
Because we've got a Sikh temple up the road. My neighbour's a Sikh, good bloke. But fuck me, every Uber driver, Indian.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My wife was that impressed with Sydney, going up to Sydney recently and staying in Thai Town. About the second, second day there, she'd been out all day, and she'd had a good day. That's the day I met you, Tim. That night when I got back, I said, "How was your day?" She said, "Oh, this is great." She said, "No need to go to Thailand anymore. Everything I want, I can get up here in Sydney. We'll just come up to Sydney from now on." Said,
Did she go berserk at the shops, Jono?
Oh, Jack said she drove him absolutely crazy because he was in and out of Thai shops and watching Mummy buy this and buy that, and she loved it. She enjoyed it, and
nice.
She was buying takeaway food and in all the shops and buying things she can't get here and she can only get in Thailand. But they've even got Thai gold shops up in Sydney.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
there's a place. There's a place on the central coast of New South Wales that imports authentic Thai barbecues. The little ceramic pots they cook in the charcoal.
Yes.
I bought one. Yeah. The bloke that imports them is married to a Thai, so they're onto a lurk there. They're importing direct from Thailand. You know, the ceramic ones that are surrounded by a bucket, and they're packed with bamboo in between. They're packed with bamboo stuff in between. Outstanding, mate. It's a great little barbie. Me and the missus have mukatara at the back in summer.
Yeah, mukatara's good. I'm going to buy. I'm going to set up an outside kitchen. I think in the summer. You know, it just works. It just works better with cooking Thai food outside. Even, you know, that they do all the curries and they mix, like my missus does her own curry paste, and you know, she mulches up her own chilies for the chili powders and all that stuff, and you know, it blows your head off inside. So it's an outside kind of job. So I've set up a couple of burners outside. I reckon that's the go. I know Jono's wife, she cooks outside a fair bit. You know, that's the go. I mean, they do it over in Thailand. Nearly all their kitchens are out the back or outside, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
They very seldom have a kitchen like the Falang, you know? It's always outside. Which is a good idea, you know?
Well, the Indians over here, or up here, they in their garage they build a second kitchen. So they've got a second kitchen in the garage, and most of them eat out in the garage, so they don't permeate the house with the smell. So sort of same, but different.
Yeah, you can always
when it comes, you know, like my wife buys raw chilies, and you know, like she dries them out and she cooks them out, and it's just, you know, like.
Oh, you cough your guts out.
You couldn't do it inside. You'd suffocate, and you cough like buggery. And even when she does it outside, she'll masks up and put stuff over her hair and you know, stop the smell getting, because it just stinks the joint out. You know, even when it's outside, the door closed, you can smell it. You know,
they do it every you know, every quarter, I think. You know,
every 6 months or something. Yeah,
every 6 months or something. They'll you know. I've nearly suffocated a few times, you know, but that's the deal. But the outside cooking's a go. I think everyone on the chat would realise that the Thai food cooking outside's a go, you know.
Oh, Kenga used to make me laugh how the girls in the bars would act when I would say it was my first trip to Thailand. Every trip. Oh, you cagey old bugger, Kenga.
I still do that from this day.
Do you?
Yeah, always.
God love you.
Always, you know, like, but they always catch you out. They can tell by the look in your eye. You know, like you tell, you know, how many times, oh, it's the first time to Thailand. Yeah, first time. And they'll look at you, and, you know, there will be one nattering in one ear and another one nattering another ear, and, you know, and then one will say to you, oh, Chulai Carp, you know, and you go, oh, John. You know, they'll ask your name, what's your name in Thai, and you answer them, you know. And then, you know, they realise you understand. Up they get, and they walk away. You're on your lonesome all of a sudden, you know. You know, then they'll break into a dialect of Thai which you don't understand. You know, they'll break into Isan or you know, start speaking a dialect of Lao or something so you don't understand. And they don't like it if you know too much to Thais. There's to no advantage to go over there and say, oh, I speak Thai. You know, you might think it is, but it's not. You know, they sort of look down their nose at you because you know too much.
Yeah, not everywhere. It depends where you are, I think.
Oh, yeah,
you know, depends where you are.
Yeah.
I think, especially up on the farm, up my wife's farm, and that they appreciate it. I mean, it's a real Thailand up there, you know. Like, I mean, and they're all, you know, they're just all fucking, you know, just fucking battlers, you know, farming battlers, and you know, they're pretty. What you see is what you get up there, and if you know a bit of Thai, fuck, it goes a long way up there, I reckon. You know, they really embrace it. You know, but like what John said, you know,
being the family, but you know, like you pull up, you know, hail a taxi or something, you know, and you speak to the taxi driver in Thai, and you just see their mind. You see their eyes. You can see them. You know, they pulled up and think, oh, we've got a Farang here. We'll get a good trip out of him. And you just see their mind, you know, going overtime. You know, what should I tell him? You know, about, you know, should tell him, a cheap fare or, a hot fare or, like it can work to your disadvantage sometimes. It can work to your advantage, but sometimes it works to your disadvantage as well.
Yeah, I think the art to it is picking your mark, isn't it? When to speak Thai and when not to, There's a bit of an art to it, you might
found that, like say you're out late at night, you want to catch a taxi somewhere, and you say you hail a taxi driver, and you open up the front door, and before you get in, you negotiate your price, and you'll say, do you want to go from say Patpong to Circumvent Road, and they'd charge the average farang, maybe 200 baht, they'd say, depending on what time of night it is. If it's after everything's closed, they might say 300 baht. But say if it's about 10 o'clock at night, the fare they'd want to charge us 200 baht. They put on the meter. The meter would most probably, be a 60 baht fare, maybe, from Patpong to Circumvent. But if you say to them, buy Patpong, Pom Hai Nungroi baht, go to Patpong, I'll give you 100 baht. You give them sort of, don't expect the cheapest fare and offer them a reasonable fare, and you'll get there safely without any, without too much problem. But you're paying over the odds of them putting on the meter, but it's
well, in that, you see that comment by Lux, Jono? Highlighted down the bottom.
Oh yeah, never speak. Yes, never speak. Never. No, not at the airport. You're dumb as dog shit at the airport. But when you're at the airport, your wife goes first. Like you jump off the plane in Australia and you're front immigration. Your wife goes in the Thai queue for immigration, and 9 times over, out of 10, the immigration department, call you over. Or you stand in the Thai queue with your Thai wife, especially if you've got the little boy with you, and you just hand all your papers to the missus. You stand there like a stale bottle of piss because you're with a Thai. Never make out one of the immigration. At the airport. You're always dumb as dog shit. At the airport.
So what about when you get to the airport, when you're checking in, right? So you come in your arrival and you're with your Thai missus, and she's got a Thai passport and you've got an Australian passport. Yeah. And you go up to the immigration desk, and on the right side is the Thai. They take the Thais, and that's empty as fuck. And on the left, it's Falang. Do you just go over with your missus and go through the Thai one?
Yes, you go through that queue.
Yeah.
Go into the Thai queue.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we've done for the last 3 or 4 times. We've made them over, with her, with Jack. You stand in the Thai queue.
Yeah, that's the go, isn't it? That's the go.
Well, you get there, so you're late at night or something, and the queues are, got 50, 100 people in each line, and there's 3 people in the Thai queue. Just stand behind the missus,
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, fellas, remember I was talking a short time ago about that original Thai barbecue that you can purchase here in Australia? I'm just about to post a link to the joint. I bought one, plus the pot that sits on top of it. The mukata thing that you cook all the bits and pieces, and you put the broth around the rim. That's the link there if you want to have a look at it. I'm quite happy with my one. Quite happy with it.
Yeah.
See that note? Tuckerlin gave me good advice a long time ago. He said, "Don't go to a girl like this with lots of rank on her shirt, on her shoulders. You said the immigration officer's got all the bird shit on the shoulders. Pick the lowest of the low, and if you can get a bloke, go and front the bloke, but don't front a Sheila, because they're fucking bitches. They don't get their job because a high-ranking Thai official in immigration as a woman, if they're a if they're a nice person, they're fucking puppers' nails. And if you can get a bloke, jump in the bloke queue if you can. No?
Yeah. But there's no
Don't
smiles. You know, they don't smile at you. They're just fucking, you know, cold, very cold. You know.
Yeah.
All the
I
birds shit
fell
on
for
their
it the
shoulder.
first time until I, you know, first few times, and until I, woke up. Oh, hello, Saudi calf. They just look at you, you know. They just glare at
it's
you.
embarrassing, isn't it, when they give you the death stare?
They just
And then
glare at you.
You get the Chinese in front of you. You got about 6 Chinese, and you know they fuck their passports up, and one hasn't got a visa, and the other one, you know, they just hold the line up, don't they? Really?
Yep.
Mate, you know what I love when you come back to Sydney, and you have, if it's really busy, you've got a customs officer or quarantine doing a precursor where you're picking up your luggage, and they put a tick on your questionnaire thing, and you walk through. Hello, sir. How are you? G'day, mate. Nothing to declare. I've been there a few times, whatever. Yeah, no worries, mate. Off you go. And then one by one, the Chinese with their fucking boxes of vegetables and fucking food and bringing vermin into Australia get channeled to the thing which they make the show on. You know, they make the Channel 7 show on. Border security, you know?
They're terrible. And like,
mate.
I don't think the Chinese aren't going to Thailand at the moment, they go.
They're still in lockdown.
Yeah, grouse.
Are they? Are they? What about the curries, Joe? Plenty of...
I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I don't hang out at tourist locations.
Fair call.
So, you know, the people I see are Thais. You know, when I see a Falang or somebody that looks out of place, oh, shit.
Get out there.
Today I saw a Muslim bloke in a white robe. What the fuck? Hello. But no, generally I don't see. I'm the only Falang. You know, the places I go, I'm it. People are looking at me. People are fucking, you know, Falang.
Yeah.
Falang.
But now you're making your life there, mate. When, like, if you went to a shopping centre or something, or no, not even that. If you saw a Farang in your local environment or where you're walking or what have you, are you more protective of yourself when you go, what's going on with the noise?
What's Ray?
What's Ray? Calm down, mate. Calm down.
You're right.
Just on fucking shit. Fuck me. Give me a break.
We've all gone deaf.
Hey?
We've all gone deaf, mate.
I thought it was a bag of chips.
But do you prefer to stay away from them, mate? You
know
what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I prefer to just, you know, and, you know, if they look okay, I'd be open to a conversation, but 9 times out of 10, you know, I'm you know, coming across someone that's fucking 65 years old and, you know, got a girl off his arm that's fucking 30 years younger. And I think, fuck off, you fucking whatever. You know, hey, works for some, but, you know, I'm not into any of that shit. So, yeah, I don't think I could hold some sort of menial, you know, conversation with someone like that.
Yeah, there's obviously an airplane airport etiquette, isn't there? And if you don't follow the etiquette, you know, like Kanga says, you know, they haven't got all their fucking paperwork and prepared and all that kind of stuff when they're lining up at the immigration, or, you know, they're on the plane and they hold everyone up because they're trying to put their bag up on the fucking, you know, up in the back.
When I was going for my license, I'm sitting there waiting for me to, okay, you know, we got there early, nice and early. We got plenty of parking. So, you know, old mate behind the counter says, take a seat. We'll call you when it's, you know, when it's your turn and, you know, or when it's time. So, yeah, cool. So I was sitting there, just people watching, and fucking old mate walks in, you know, he's tall, skinny fucking thing. He's at least read the requirements of the dress code. So he's come in with closed shoes, you know, black long pants, white shirt, you know, half button down to the fucking, you know, down to the liver, you know, there's 3-4 buttons fucking undone. Look at my chest, you know, he's got the earring in, he's got the headphones, and, you know, walks in with a I guess, a briefcase. And he's talking to himself in the queue. He's not all there. Anyway, he gets to the counter, and I couldn't understand exactly what was going on. I was only hearing, broken bits. But he had an issue. There was an issue. He didn't have this. He didn't have that. He didn't have a doctor certificate and blah 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 blah. And then she says, we can still make a booking if you'd like to make a booking. We can make a booking for your tests and stuff. So she hands him the folder with the dates available, and of course, I think there was no bookings available next month, and no bookings for whatever reason. I'm not sure what the reason was in August. So you're looking at fucking September for your next, test. He's fucking gone off, and he's a yank. No, offense to the yanks in the chat that might be listening, but he was, he's fucking. Your fucking app doesn't work, and this and that, and blah blah blah. And so he's going off at her, and I'm thinking, do you honestly believe that you're going to get anywhere by fucking screaming at this girl, that she's just going to cave in and okay, we'll fix things for you? Just another, you fucking idiot, like with an attitude like that. Of course you're gonna, and then he's asking, is there any other offices I can go to? And she's
Jesus.
So she's obviously asked him where you're from, and Chonburi. Fucking surprise, Chonburi. Let me guess, you're hanging out in Pattaya? Okay, so off he goes. He walks out the fucking door. He's heading off to fucking Pattaya to get his license now. And I thought, you fucking clown, and people like that, and they're unfortunately some of the people that I come across. I'm sure there's plenty of nice ones out there, but the ones that I've come in contact with the last few days, I think, thanks, but no thanks. Mate, I'm looking the other way. Fuck off,
Joe. After having known you for quite some time, and actually having met you, you are the ideal Farang in Thailand, because in person, you're not the persona on YouTube 5 or 6 years ago. You're actually a gentleman, and a very polite, quietly spoken gentleman.
I get upset. Look,
Yeah. But you're not going to throw a tanty. You're not throwing tanty.
No. Look, and sometimes, no doubt, the poor Thai on the other side of the counter knows that I'm upset. I'm not happy with the fucking situation, but I'm not making a fucking scene. It's between the three of us, me, the missus, and that third person on the other side of the counter. But I'm not making a fucking, a scene. I'm visibly pissed off and shaking my head like, well, fucking, this is Thailand. This is how it works, But I'm not disrespecting the person. I'm not, having a go at them or being rude or, or loud, but they know that I'm, shaking my head in disgust, perhaps. But that's as far as it goes. I'm not going to make a fucking scene.
Yeah.
I remember years ago when I had my export business out of Thailand, and I went to the Ministry of Fine Arts, and I had to, produce all my Buddha images and show documentation of them and have pictures of everything. And I had quite a number of Buddha images, everything from small little amulets, by the gross, and hundreds and hundreds of pictures, and I had over 10,000 items. I presented to the Department of Fine Arts, and I've got all these Buddha images, from large ones to very little small amulets, to to pictures, to pieces of material, to the things you put on your wrist, and the woman said, "Oh, you've got some beautiful stuff here." She said, "Which 5 pieces would you like to take back to Australia?"
Is that right?
And I just looked, and I said to myself, "What the fuck is she talking about? Which 5 pieces do I want to take back to Australia?" And I said to her, "Look, I'm just going to go down to get a cigarette. Have a cigarette. I'll come back and I'll tell you. So anyway, I've gone downstairs and and I'm fucking shitting myself downstairs. And I said to my mate, I said, this woman's just told me, I can only take 5 of these Buddhas back to Australia. And he said, look, that's all right. He said, have your cigarette, go upstairs and speak to her and say, ask her, do you know anyone who can help me? Help me in what I'm doing, taking these, Buddhas back to Australia. Go up, I finished my cigarette, go up the stairs, and I said, oh, hello, I said, before I even had a chance to, say to her, do you know anyone who can help me? The woman said to me, take this, call this number, this man will help you. No worries. Went downstairs, gave the number to my, the Nate, called this bloke up. This bloke, he was an agent. He came, he was there within 20 minutes. Big, tall, good-looking Thai man, jumped out of a brand new Range Rover. Had a big piece of gold on his, big piece of gold on his finger. The gold bang, gold buckle, had money, And I said to him, he asked, what's the story? I said, oh, look, I've got 10,000, Buddhas upstairs. And, this woman said I can only take 5 back to Australia. And he's gone, He said, oh, which woman did you see? I said, oh, the short little lady with glasses. He said, oh, that's all right, good lucky. She runs the place. He said, look, he said, this all could be sorted out. He said, but it'll cost you a little bit of money. And I said, oh, how much? And he said, oh, 2,000 baht for her and 1,000 baht for me. I said, yeah, no worries. So I flicked him the 3,000 baht, and he said, now what you do now, he said, we'll go and have lunch with each other. We'll go and have lunch and, and when you finish lunch, you go back to the hotel and your friend and I will go up and see her. So we've gone and had lunch and I paid the bill for lunch. He's gone upstairs. I'd left them at just after 12 o'clock, in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, this agent and my mate were back in my hotel room with all the Buddhas, all signed, sealed, delivered, all done. I had to disappear out of the joint, and it was all done. But every time after that, when I went to bring Buddhas back to Australia, I never had to see this bloke again. But every time I went in, I saw her. I'd bring her flowers, and give her a card, in an envelope. And in that envelope, there was always 2,000 baht.
Oh, clever.
Did you make a quid on them, Jono? Back here, did you make a good quid on them back here?
Yes.
Yeah. Without going into details, just yeah.
Yes. And I still have a lot, but people confirmed I have quite a few Buddhas in my home, but yes, I did make good money out of it.
Yeah,
but everything I did in my business in Thailand, if I worked on a factor of 5, anything I bought in Thailand, I'd sell it for 5 times the price in Australia. So if I was buying something for 100 baht in Thailand, I'd sell it for 500 baht in Australia.
Yeah, yep.
That's just how I worked. Worked in it. So I was buying something for 1,000 baht. I'd sell it for 5,000 baht in Australia. So most of the a lot of the Buddha images I was buying for say 1,000 to 3,000 baht. And say $100. So for 3,000 baht Buddha at the time, and I'd sell them for 500 in Australia. Well, that was good money. When you're bringing back thousands and thousands at a time.
Oh shit, yeah. Hey Joe,
I was bringing back a lot of cargo out of Thailand. I was bringing back a 20-foot container every 6-8 weeks. Out of Thailand. So I was selling plenty of cargo in Thailand.
Yes, Tim.
I've got a question, Streamyards. Before we came live, Pedro asked me a question about how I get the background where it's blurred. And I can't for the life of me remember how I did it. I've gone to my thing here. There you go, please.
Yeah, when you first go on, Pedro, enter Studio, go into your your camera settings. Right. So you got your settings, you got camera settings, and then you got the option of blur, virtual background, so you can actually upload a picture for your background and all that sort of shit.
Okay.
So this is a blur, yeah?
Yeah, that's the blur. So I think that's actually the first option in your options of your camera settings.
So do you want to pop out and come back in, Pedro, and test it?
Yeah, I might have a look. I'll get lost there. I know. It sounds all straightforward, but you know what I'm like, with this.
No, just come back in as normal and click on your camera.
Actually, you can do it. I think you can do it. I'll just have a look now and see if you can do it while you're live. No, I don't think you can. Mirror my camera.
No, I've tried every option.
That just flips. Hang on. What's this? No. It's before you enter the studio. So when you click on enter studio and you've got your camera settings and your mic settings, that's when you do it.
Right.
And you should be able to just click the blur and it blurs
I'll go have a look.
The background. Yeah.
Just turn the light off.
Yeah, I know. I tried that, and then you couldn't see me at all.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Andy Stubbs put a comment in there. Joe and his wife are cool people. It was a pleasure meeting them both in Bangkok, mate. Likewise.
Nice.
I met Andy, and Andy's been around for a hell of a long time.
Yeah.
And big ups to, as the Poms would say, big ups. No, he's a solid bloke. Definitely.
Yeah, he is. He's been around a long time.
No problems recommending, beating if anyone was to meet up with Andy. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, I like what he's doing for bloody Johnny's mate, the one who's in hospital. Him and his wife. Yeah, I thought that was really nice. Yeah, that was really nice.
And Rick missed out on the Stefan video. We haven't played the Falung video for a while. Most of you on these live streams, the ones that go on for quite a few hours, you guys tend to plug off and drop off, and the Falung video doesn't get played towards the end because I usually get to a point where I'm tired and I've had enough. So if you guys have got 4 minutes, we could play that Falung video and continue. That gives you 4 minutes to go and have a piss.
Just before you play it, Joe, Luxuryport said, "Do you know the 5552 song? I've just downloaded it and I'm ready to present after you play yours. Down the track a little bit after we've had a chat. I'm ready. I've got a stage ready to go on the desktop. So
all right, well I'll press go on the Falung song. That goes for 4 minutes 20 seconds or something. And that gives me time to go and have a piss and I should be back by then.
Check out Henry's bloody comment. Check out Henry's.
Hang on, where's Henry's? Blur in the background.
Let's go. Yeah. As usual, Henry comes out with a perler.
Yeah, you got to say that. You got to say that to Pedro.
I think Pete's really blurred himself.
He'll be back in a minute. I think he's fucked up again earlier.
I fell in love with Thailand. Do Thailand. And every day I understand. People
the reason why we are so happy together. The only limit is the sky. Come with us, come to Thailand. Let's take a walk in the sand and see the beautiful sunset when we are walking hand in hand. Come on! Do, Thailand. I fell in love with Thailand. Yeah! Do, Thailand. And every Thai understand.
Makes me happy. Look out, Pedro's had a renovation.
He's moved downstairs.
Bloody hell, look out. My goodness. He's gone back to the 50s. 50s and 60s.
We'll just work something out. There's one for you, Pedro. I've got to say that.
That's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mate, I didn't know you played the piano, Pedro.
Yeah, well,
green screen.
There is there.
No, I never knew you were a pianist.
Yeah. Oh, I get on it now and then.
Yeah.
You get on the penis every now and then. Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he did. And we can quote that.
Yeah.
Quick,
you see that on
clip
the
it.
screen?
Tell me you got the green screen sorted, Pete.
Yeah.
No, it's just a general background,
just
Jono,
Yeah,
on Streamyards, mate. It's a cracker.
Yeah, good on him. Good on him.
Outstanding.
You see what Henry's done? Put the thing up on
G'day,
the
mate.
screen there for you, Pedro.
G'day, Mekong. Welcome.
Oh,
Mekong, Mick.
missed it.
G'day, Mick.
There you go, Mick.
Now, hang on. What were you saying, Ray, about Henry? What did he
No,
say?
let's put that thing.
This one.
Pedro hasn't seen that thing yet.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, we'll still hear the smash.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I won't live that one down. But
No,
that
yeah.
shelf's about 20 foot behind you, mate. So it should be all right in the picture there.
I'll be living upstairs for the next week, and the missus is living next downstairs. So I've got everything up here. I've got the piano, the fireplace.
Oh, nice.
They've just got no steps. You got to climb out the window every time you want to go out.
Yeah, but all the Buddhas are downstairs
Yeah.
for a good reason.
I was thinking the same, Kanga. I remember that background from Steph's live streams quite a while back. He was using that one, wasn't he?
Oh, that's gold. Actually, I'll tell you what, it actually suits Pedro, that background.
Yeah.
It suited Steph too.
No, two different people, mate.
Except
Bloody
the
our
fucking-
Pedro's quality. That other numpty's a fucking idiot. Our Pedro, quality.
Except for the filthy fucking microwave.
Classic.
I did not smoke in the room. But sir,
I'm
I
a
can smell
YouTuber.
smoke. I did not.
I'm a
I did not
YouTuber.
smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a
Oh,
YouTuber.
God.
YouTuber. Yeah, it was free chips. You got 3 chips.
Beans and brews. If Pedro starts shaving his head, I'm out.
Beans, you got
worry.
to put up 100 euros first, don't you? Isn't that what it takes? 100 euros.
I've got a picture of that if you want it. No, I bet not. You'll probably see it. Probably get a fucking
Just send
strike
me.
for it.
I'll just pre-watch that video, Joe. I was talking about.
I think I was reading in the chat. Thailand Epic, I think, said it's the same song.
Yeah, that's the one. But I was going to put it up. It's only 2 minutes, but I just want to pre-watch it.
Yeah.
See you, Andy.
See you, Andy. Thanks for popping in, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah, mate. Have a good one.
Take care.
See you, Andy.
He's not bad for a Mexican, old Andy. Good bloke.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. I started sending him the link so he could see, because I was talking to him a while back. He said, "Oh yeah, he's in." So I'll just send him the links when we're having one, just in case he doesn't get notifications.
No, that's all right. It's suitable.
Yeah, outstanding.
So what's on for the weekend, guys? What are you up to, Joe? On this the weekend in?
I'm back in Bangkok. I'm trying to get. I've got a couple of business ideas, and one in particular, we're trying to get things together, and just it's frustrating. Things just don't move as quickly as they should. It's
Thailand.
Just, I'm not going to give too much away, but we went and saw it. We went and saw a supplier, a couple of weeks ago. How long? Oh, not long. Okay, cool. Not long is good, right? That's a good answer. That's what I wanted to hear. We haven't heard anything, and we're sending fucking messages and like, I'll check today. I'll check today. Well, fucking, how long does it check? How long does checking take? Well, not long. So it's, over the weekend, maybe doing more research on finding another supplier. And it just, it's the internet is not quite there here in Thailand. Thai websites suck. They absolutely fucking suck. Including Lazada, Shopee, and those sorts of things. They just, it takes longer to find everything as a Falang. Maybe as a Thai, it's there, it's fucking bang, 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 bang. But as a Falang, it really, really sucks. You want to, in Australia, example, when I had the cleaning business, if you wanted to search for cleaning in a certain area, it was easy. You get in there, you put in the fucking area, and 50 results, bang, there they are. But here in Thailand, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just everything just takes so long.
So my time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Thai time. So my weekend is just doing the shit I've been doing for the last fucking 4 or 5 weeks. The same thing, just trying different addresses, different phone numbers.
Do you guys cook at home, or do you go out? Do you go to you got a good Thai restaurant you go to, or
no? It's a mix. It's a mix. We try and do sort of Western food every couple of nights or something. So we'll go Thai for a couple of nights, maybe Western food. The third night go Thai again.
So you'll kind of eat out a fair bit.
Yeah. Well, it's just quicker and cheaper, and
Yeah, for sure.
And especially when you're talking about we're within walking distance to the local market, which happens, I think, 5-6 nights of the week. You're spending $2-3, fuck, and you're getting a full meal.
Yeah.
You're getting the exercise in. You go for a walk. I'm having a puff while we're walking up there. I get there and I've got to put the cigarette out. It's that close, and you walk through, you choose this, you choose a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of this. You come back with 4 or 5 kilos of fucking food, sit down, chomp into it, and
it's a no-brainer.
It's
no washing
easy.
up.
Exactly. Just fucking plastic bags.
Joe, in the morning,
your rubbish bin is full of fucking plastic bags and shit.
Yeah, they don't mind a plastic bag here and there. Do
They love it. And I've worked out. It took me a couple of weeks to fucking open them. You know, like because the way they do that. You know, fucking
you can't open the fuck up.
Oh no, it's easy to fucking open now.
In the mornings, mate, are you still stuck in the Aussie rut of the coffee, obviously, but the coffee with a bit of toast and Vegemite, or have you converted to the noodles and things?
I've been a one meal person for over 20 years now, Tim.
Per day?
Yeah, I only eat once a day.
Lunch?
No, dinner. I have dinner.
Wow. Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I've been doing it for over 20 years now, I think.
What do you like fast, do you? So you fast all day?
I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Right,
if I'm pushed into it, like especially when I go to Canterbury, you just it's like fucking trying to stop a tsunami. You say no, you know, 50 fucking times, but you know, they don't listen. Yeah, fucking get that into you. No. Okay. All right, okay, I'll have a little bit. But more often than not, no, I'll get up in the morning, I'll have a coffee, I'll have a cigarette. I might have a drink throughout the day, whether it be another iced coffee at fucking Amazon or something like that if we're out and about. But yeah, food wise, dinner. Sit down at dinner and have dinner, and that's it. That's all I need. I sit on the toilet for as little time as I possibly can because I think it's just a waste of time sitting on the fucking toilet. And if you're doing that, 2, 3, 4 times a fucking day, well, maybe you're spending too much time eating.
Well, how many people have 4 shits a day? I have a pre-coffee poo and a post-coffee poo. That's it.
No, I'm lucky to poo once a day.
Oh,
yeah. It's a one-day thing in the morning for me. I do fast too. I kind of have a coffee in the morning, and then I don't eat until about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So usually about 2, I'll have something, like a bit of fruit or a sandwich or something like that.
The clothes still on the line?
But I don't usually. I kind of fast in.
Yeah, but the clothes are still up.
16-hour, 18-hour fast. I just find I just feel so much better, instead of being like full and bloated, and I just feel so much better, physically, like just the fasting does work, I reckon.
Mate, speaking of coffee, next time I'm in Thailand, I'm going to have to get Mr. Sukkerhorn to be a conduit to the dead Farang to find out the place where he had the coffee enema, fellas. Because I reckon I'd love that one. Yeah. The coffee enema. Remember that video he made where he had his legs in a stirrup, they're all up here, and they're putting his pop hole out with a bloody coffee enema.
No way.
Thanks for
Pedro,
that.
true story.
Yeah. Hot coffee, was it?
I don't know the temperature of it. It'd have to be reasonable. Otherwise, you'd clench your ass on the pipe going in. I would imagine if it was too cold. But I would imagine it'd be. Let's hope room temperature and above. But all these celebrities in the USA, all those Barjars, Kardashians, and stuff like that, they all go for it. So if the Kardashians do it, it must be good. But DF did it first.
Yeah. G'day, Stephen. How you going, mate?
Looks like you put in a good session, Stephen, down the pub.
Down the cruiser?
He was down there at 4 o'clock or something, wasn't he? Just after 4 o'clock.
Must do a bit of fasting as well. If he's once every 3 days.
Yeah, so Brownie. Once every 3 days. Fuck.
That's blocked up, mate.
That's a fair bit of fasting happening. I think it's fairly fucking popular, I think, the fasting and all that kind of stuff. But like you said, it'd be hard in Thailand, though, because, everything's centered around eating. isn't it? Like,
oh yeah, yeah. Look, many a time I find myself sitting in a food court or sitting in a restaurant or with the missus, and I'm.
Yeah.
I try and converse, but sometimes it's just a case of I might go for a walk. I might go for a walk while she has lunch or something, or with breakfast I might get a moo ping snuck in there every now and again, but more often than not, like if I go to Chantaburi, they're forever asking me, "Oh, you have this, have that." No.
But see, what you guys are purporting this evening is diametrically opposed to what, when I was physically fit and training, diametrically opposed to the fact that you need to eat 6 small meals a day.
Yeah. I don't think it's the quantity of meals. I think it's the quality of the food. Like when I was young and very, very fit,
see you, Kanga.
I used to eat a lot. See you, Kanga. See you, mate. I used to eat a lot of food, but I made sure it was a lot of fruits because I was very active, and I found that the fruits gave me the energy that I needed to be athletic. It wasn't I didn't need to have the burgers and the chips and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It was more the quality of food or natural food.
And short-term sugar hit to keep you sustained through.
Yeah. And when I was young, at times when I felt lacking in energy, I just reached for sugar. A tablespoon or 2 tablespoons of fucking sugar, raw sugar, straight in the fucking gob, and bang, that gave me the hit and gave me the energy I needed to get me through, a couple of hours to dinner time or whatever it was.
The brain's very interesting, mate. If you do, say, 100-kilometre ride on a push bike, you actually don't need, if you've had a good breakfast, you actually don't need any food. But what you do, if you've got muesli bars or something like that, you don't eat the whole thing. At about the 50K mark, you just take 1 centimetre off it or 2 centimetres off it, and you trick the brain into thinking you've had a feed. And then you go further and further and further. The more you go, the more you need to eat, but it tricks the brain into thinking, and giving you a bit of carb, it tricks the brain into thinking that you're actually having sustenance, and the brain is carrying you through with your body. It's quite interesting because on a big ride, sure, you can eat a lot, but you don't have to eat a lot if you trick the brain. Does that make sense?
Yeah. More than what we have to.
Yeah.
I remember I went to Jay's been on this course, and I've spoken to him about it in the past, an outward bound course, and
they're outstanding courses, those.
Yeah, I was a young bloke and went on this outward bound course, and a typical meal on outward bound would be a half a loaf of bread, 3 tins of sardines, a tin of beetroot, and a tin of corn. Between 12 blokes.
Yep.
So you get a spoonful of corn, 1 slice of beetroot, a sardine head, and a slice of bread.
Yeah.
And that would be lunch, dinner, and breakfast.
Yeah.
And you'd eat that 3 times a day. And after that course, I came back the strongest, the fittest, and the heaviest that I've ever been in my life. Up until recently, I'm pretty heavy at the moment, but as a young bloke, that's the strongest and the fittest I'd ever been. On a minimal amount of food.
Yeah, Jono, you're looking fucking healthy, mate. You're looking healthy. A little bit of weight doesn't hurt, mate. You're looking 100% better. 100% better.
We've got plenty on at the moment, Tim. Plenty, I can tell you.
Yeah, he loves his food at the moment, Jono.
I know that Stephen Kay said in the army I was always hungry. Mate, I reflect back to cadet camps back at school, and they had those army ration packs with condensed milk and all the freeze-dried food that you do all this stuff. Mate, you wouldn't shit for a week. It'd back up. And then you had tea leaves, and on cadet camp, we used to roll it in toilet paper and tighten it up so you could smoke the tea leaves. Good times, mate. Good times.
I'm definitely
Yeah, what
convinced
about-
after being in the army, they used to put bromide, in the tea. Stephen K saying, and his testosterone dropped. Like when I was in the army as a young bloke, the weekend warriors, at least, when I was in the reserve, like you'd never crack a fat. Like the minute you get off army camp after you stop drinking the bromide, after about a week, you'd wake up a roaring horn every morning again. But when you're in the army, oh fuck, that was the last thing that entered your mind.
I've had the same conversation, Thailand Epic, a few times. After 2 hours of all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue, the girlfriend says, "What's for dessert?"
Yeah, they fucking hate, can't they?
There's one. There's one in the centre of Sydney, near the first place we went to, Jono, and it's a 2-hour thing, like Thailand Epic just said. But you've got to get in quick and order bulk because that 2 hours, fucking bang, mate, it's gone. So if you're with 4 blokes, you've got to have a bloke that knows what he's ordering, that's been there before, that knows how to go bang, 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 and you get 20 dishes out so you can actually sustain your hunger at the start, and then you have a dribble after you polish that off sort of thing. 2 hours goes very quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, they like to eat. Have you seen that? Have you seen Chocolate Man in Thailand? Have you seen it? Have you had a look at his vlogs at all?
Is that the white fella?
Yeah, the dark guy.
No, he's chocolate.
Yeah, Chocolate Man
Chocolate
in
colour.
Thailand. He's in Pattaya. He's got this girlfriend.
What?
Right? His girlfriend's like this little petite little thing, right? She's really a small Thai girl, Nothing of her, mate. Like she'd weigh like 30 kilos or something.
I'll go for a smoke.
She can eat. All these vlogs is with her on the fucking vlog, just eating all the time, and like she's so small, but fuck, she can eat. Like,
well, I'll tell you what, Luxury Port's missus can eat too.
Yeah, well, that's just it just goes to show that that's I don't know where they put it, but they can fucking eat, and they're
unbelievable. The metabolism must be just rampant.
Yeah.
It's not metabolism. It just fucking goes straight through them. It just, look at the shit they're eating.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah. It must be. They must be on the bog, on the Brasco, fucking five times a day or something. I don't know.
I'm going now.
Well, stand by, fellas. I'm going to play the video that the Luxury Port recommended. I've downloaded it, so just stand by for a second. I'll hang on a sec. Okay, here we go. It's only 2 minutes. Where is it? There it is.
When I go to Thailand, I learn to speak some Thai. I cannot eat spicy food, so I say pet my dai. I want to do some shopping. I ask how much tarai, but paying the price is very high, so I say lot dai mai. I forgot that I should learn to count. My pen right, it's okay. I can learn to count this way. 1, 2, 3, 4 ha 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 ha. ใจเย็นๆ ha 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 ha. พูดไทยนิดหน่อย ha 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 ha. Don't understand ไม่เข้าใจ สบายสบาย When I see my Thai friends, they say กินข้าวหรือยัง Sanuk is a way of life. The Thais, they love their fun. Oh, oh, oh. Crucial words that you should also learn. What's อะไร why's ทำไม Don't forget ห้องน้ำที่ไหน
Thank you, darling.
Well, that is so kind of true, isn't it? Really, I mean, that's the Thai words most fucking Phalang pick up more or less straight away,
Indeed.
don't they?
Indeed.
You know?
I think even I understood that, mate.
Yeah, so I think we go back to what we we're talking about before. It's you've got to pick your mark when you're going to speak a little bit of Thai. You've got to, pick your mark, I think.
Are you quite fluent, Pedro?
Not really. I can get it going pretty well when I'm over there, because it's all, for me, it's just all being in the zone, you know what I mean? And once I'm in the zone, I really kind of switch onto it. But when I'm back in Melbourne, even though my missus speaks Thai in the house, constantly, she's got the radio on and they're speaking Thai, and then she's speaking Thai to my kids and all that stuff, and then she's speaking Thai to her mum on the fucking, on FaceTime, and so it's all happening. But I kind of just switch off to it. I don't kind of pick it up too much until I get over there. Until I'm going to Thailand, then I'll switch on. I've got like a book, and I write down words. Everywhere I go in Thailand, I've always done it. I always write down I hear something that's worth remembering. I write it down. So every day, especially back in the past, I used to write down a couple of words every day and pick it up that way. So I always had a little notebook in my back pocket.
Yeah, yeah.
You're always learning a couple of words when you come over.
I never really picked the Thai language up from my missus. I didn't really kind of learn from her. I kind of learned just from being there, if you know what I mean.
I think the most important point,
don't you, Pete?
Yeah, same.
The most important point of this recent conversation, Pedro, is the fact that can you pick up when the missus is bagging you to the mother-in-law in Thailand?
Yeah. I kind of understand, a lot of conversation, even when she has with friends on phones and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I can get the gist of what they're talking about. Yeah, no problem. I just can't speak as fluent. Just not connecting. It's all about learning the connecting words, the connecting sentences and the tones to putting a sentence together. Instead of
can I relate a recent conversation? You not believe it, Mama? He Mao and he break Buddha out of order. He Mao.
Yeah. But each their own. A lot of people go to Thailand and they're not interested in speaking the language, and that's fine because you can get away with speaking English over there. But each their own, I suppose. I always kind of enjoyed trying to learn the language. I think that's like anywhere I go. Like I went to Sri Lanka and I try to pick up the language there, even though it's fucking hard work. But it's always worth picking up a few words, I reckon.
I reckon you're lucky you left Sri Lanka when you did, mate. It's turned to shit just about a week after you left, didn't it?
Yeah, no, it was ironic, really. I didn't see it coming. I should have, because even when I was there down south, the electricity was going off for a couple of hours every day, and that used to happen in Thailand back in the day. I used to be down at Koh Chang or something, and the power went out at 10 o'clock.
And what happened? It goes off in Bangkok regularly.
Yeah, Bangkok, stuff like that. So it's quite similar. So I didn't kind of really concern me too much. I didn't realise that the government, didn't have enough money to pay for electricity for their people. I didn't realise that, but I do now. So.
What were you saying, right?
What happened? It's that time of night for me. I'm going to go in and catch up with the little bloke. So I'm going to call it a day now, folks, if that's all right.
Thanks, Jono.
Thank you, John. Take care, Tim, Ray.
Thanks, mate.
See you soon, Pete. Much catch
Take
up
care.
soon with the Joe. We'll have a chat about
Say good day to
that
Jack.
soon, mate. Will do.
See you, John.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
See you soon. Get out of here. See you guys.
Yeah. What happened in fucking Sri Lanka? I sort of saw bits of it. I didn't get the gist of it.
Well, the government's broke, so the government's got no money. They've kind of haven't managed things properly over there, and they're just fucking got no money. They're just bankrupt.
That's what happens when that's what happens when you jump in bed with the Chinese. The Chinese fucking fund everything. Oh yeah, we'll get you out of debt. Here's some money to fucking pay your fucking international debt and all this sort of shit. Oh, you can't pay it now. That's okay. That's okay. We'll just take over your police department. We'll handle your healthcare system now. And that's where they find themselves. And 18 months ago or 2 years ago, they jumped in with the globalist fucking green theme. They wanted to go green right across the board. So they implemented a lot of fucking restrictions on fossil fuels and all this sort of shit. And now this is where they find themselves.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, the Chinese are there now. They've been there for a while. In Colombo, you can see the construction going up. Obviously, built by the Chinese, laboured by the Chinese. They bring labour in. They don't use the locals. For a long time, but China's. It's strategically, it's good for China as well. That where Sri Lanka is, strategically on the map of the world. I mean, that's a great. If you've got a military base there, right there in I think it's the Indian Ocean, isn't it? Is that the Indian Ocean there?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
The
Chinese are working on the Kiwis at the moment, and they seem to be doing all right too.
Africa's fucked.
Yeah, well, back in the Second World War, and I didn't realise this until I went to Sri Lanka, but the English had obviously, it was an English kind of, it was under British rule for a long time, Sri Lanka, and they had a British, military base there, and they did use it a lot when the Japanese were going up. They were going up the Indian Ocean up there to take supplies up to Burma for the Burmese railway. So they had to go through the Indian Ocean past Sri Lanka, and that's when a lot of Sri Lankans and British soldiers and Americans got killed through the Second World War in Sri Lanka. There's about 3 or 4 military cemeteries there. So,
have you heard the latest from Thailand in reference to the Cold War?
No.
There's a standoff at the moment between Myanmar and Thailand.
Oh, really?
Myanmar apparently flew an F-16 over Thai airway. We could be going to war.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I think we're going to be concerned with China. Like Stephen Kay says about Cambodia. I mean, the Cambodians have shaken hands with the Chinese. I mean, really, I think Cambodia is owned by the Chinese, isn't it, these days? And they're obviously heading down to the Pacific and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we'll be surrounded soon. Won't be long.
Check
luckily,
chat, boys, on the
luckily,
check private chat.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But with China and all its rhetoric, luckily we've got Brandon to take care of business. He's been in meetings with the G7, and they're going to counterpunch the Chinese, and they're going to throw billions and billions of dollars at all these small nations, and they're going to make things good.
Yeah, not.
Well,
the same as fucking the same.
Well, their resolve with the Ukraine was to how do we end this war? We give them more fucking military weapons. We give them more money. That's how we end the war. You're watching two dudes going. You're watching two dudes going for it in a fucking playground, and how do you stop it? Yeah, you stop it by cheering for one of them. Yeah, go mate. Yeah, here's a fucking baseball bat. That's gonna end it.
I know.
What happened to peace talks?
It's crazy.
What happened to fucking sitting down and fucking trying to resolve it? No. We'll give them billions of dollars. We'll fucking give them some more fucking helicopters, some more fucking missiles, and that'll fix it.
Yeah.
But we're certainly not in the news as much now, is it? Here, it's more the in Sydney. It's more the fucking greeny left wing hairy armpit mob that are blockading Sydney with their protests about climate change and stuff like that. You know, like, oh, for fuck's sake. You know, fucking
it's still a lead
mate.
story.
Anyway, you know, yeah, but the mainstream media, the Ukraine thing's dropped off to a certain extent, unless there's a school bombed or something, you know, or a shopping centre or something.
It's not everybody's cup of tea, and I understand why. But for those of you in the chat and on the panel that might be interested, check out Oliver Stone's latest movie, which is Ukraine on Fire, I think it's called.
Okay.
Very, very, very interesting.
What's
very
that on
interesting.
Netflix or?
That's on Netflix.
Is it? It could be.
Yeah,
it could
I
be
think
on.
it is, mate. I think it is.
Well, if it's on Netflix and you've got access to it, it's worthwhile sitting down and just open your mind and listen. You know, and just, you know, don't believe everything you fucking see or everything you're fed on mainstream media.
Yeah,
you know,
understood completely. Yeah,
you know, there's always two sides to every fucking story. Always.
100.
So listen to both and make up your own mind after you listen to both sides of the story.
It's like when you got a child in the shit, mate. Your child tells you one story, the other person tells you another, and somewhere the truth lies in the middle.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, they paint the West to be just fucking, you know, so good, and you know, with just the, you know, with the goodies and the, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, history shows that with Vietnam, you know, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. Yeah, the West has always been so good.
But you can see how people would just get sucked into that, can't you? Like, you know, like just, you know, I mean, even when I was younger, you know, I got sucked into it as well. But yeah, like I said, there's two sides to the story, and
you know the tragedy about all those things.
Sided, you know.
The major tragedy is the pawns. The pawns are the humans that go and do the battle on the behalf of the governments, and the pawns come back scarred, kill themselves, scarred for life, alcoholics, drug addicts, PTSD, can't get over it. And when they come back supporting their country, there's no support for them. You know, like it's ad infinitum over the Vietnam times, over everything, isn't it? You know, like
I've said it. I've said a few times over the years when you know, different people are talking about, you know, how good certain celebrities or certain politicians are just so good, and how educated people are so good. And I've often said, you know, you've got to remember that the people that have gotten us into fucking trouble and the people that have fucked things over for mankind over the years have always been the elite, have always been the well-educated, have always been the ones that have got the university degrees and got all the fucking diplomas and shit. You know, they're the ones that have fucked things up for everybody, for the you and I's, you know, the punter that just wants to fucking live life and be happy. But these motherfuckers, money is never enough. They want to fucking take it to the next level. It's all about control. It's all about, you know, just the likes of Bill Gates. And how much is enough?
But see, blokes like that, Joe, blokes like Bill Gates actually have, despite the fact they're so intelligent and can make so much money, they've got no fucking common sense.
Yeah.
Of that intellect. When you talk to the intellectuals of Australia, They've got no common sense, mate. You with me?
I
Yeah,
totally agree. Totally agree. You know, and I've said this before. If we were attacked by fucking aliens, if the planet was attacked by fucking aliens and they landed here and started walking through the lands, these motherfuckers, it'd be nothing. These so-called smart people with all their degrees, they'd be the little fucking pussies cowering in the corner, shitting themselves, pissing themselves.
100%.
With fucking fear. And yet we give them so much. We give them so much respect and so much, you know, oh, these people are so smart. No, they're fucking not.
Gentlemen, can I just interrupt for a sec? Do you know Stephen Kay, Joe?
Yes,
I'm just going to put it back. That is Stephen Kay?
Yeah, but get him to say g'day.
All right. So hang on a sec. I'll just pop a little thing up there, Stephen, and pop him into the stream. G'day. Oh shit, he's up. Sorry, I forgot the fucking. Whoops. G'day, Stephen. How are you, mate?
Gents, how are you?
G'day, Stephen. Welcome, mate.
Jeez, I fucked that up, didn't I?
It's all right.
Anyway, welcome, Stephen. Jeez, I fucked that up, didn't I? Well, look out. You've got YouTube on in the background, Steve.
Yep, I just cut it off. You're all good now.
Yep.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, no, interesting comments, and I'd have to say, look, I really agree with opening your mind as far as I know I haven't seen Ukraine on fire, but I will say that I've seen a lot of stuff over the years with my experience where the West is not always in the right, but they love to paint themselves as being perfect every time. And holy shit, when you've been on deployments, whether it be as a contractor or as a serving personnel, man, you get to see some stuff on the ground there that would make your skin crawl. And it just never gets reported on. And so this is the thing, like at the end of the day, they're all like, oh, America is good, you know, Russia's bad or China's bad. But I'm not actually sure that there is actually any good or bad countries. It's all about rational interest of these nations. And so, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like you end up having to sort of dig into what is actually really going on in these conflicts, not what you read on bloody CNN or Fox.
Definitely. I've stopped watching mainstream media, you know, maybe 18 months ago. And, you know, what is that? What's that link that was just posted?
Oh, that was a Netflix link. I think I stuffed it up.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll delete that.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all good.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, look, the information is out there. It's on the net. You know, it is censored. A lot of it is censored. But if you dig far enough and you know, just keep digging, I think you will find, I'm not saying the truth, but you will find another side of the story. And then I think there's enough upstairs, enough grey matter upstairs that you can put two and two together and you can come up with your own conclusions. I think we're all smart enough to make our own conclusion as to what is really happening rather than being fed this bullshit. You know, from the mainstream. It doesn't matter what channel you watch or listen to. It's almost the exact same dialogue, and that's got to tell you something. They're not journalists. They're repeaters. They're just repeating the same shit that's been fed to them, and they're repeating it to us, the masses. And it's just.
Yeah, well, a lot of people hear it enough, they're going to think it's fucking real.
Well, they do, and that's what's happened over the last few years. We believe it because we've seen it often, we've heard it often enough.
How long have they been dumbing down the fucking population for now? Probably the last 10, 15 years, 20 years. You know, there's so many fucking more out there. They believe it, and they're spoon-fed by these people.
I saw you, Stephen. I saw you, Stephen, on a stream some time ago, mate, and it's nice to see you back because the stream I saw you on, You spoke a lot of sense, mate, and it's good to have a valued member like you here. I believe you have some experience in certain areas, and it's wonderful to see a man like yourself that can come on here and educate our viewers and indeed us with your experience. So thanks for popping in, mate.
Well, don't take too much notice of me tonight because I've been in the pub for about 5 or 6 hours. So
and I'm up to the eyeballs as well. So
children and drunks hardly lie.
I'm pissed as a fucking fart, but I can act straight.
Children and drunks, mate.
Yeah. No, it's always good.
I'm happy to sit down with children and drunks and have a conversation.
But, you know, and also that's probably one of the benefits with Thai people too, is that they don't get wound up in a lot of the ongoing international global media crap. Like most of the Thais I know, they're just living day by day as far as, you know, they take it as it comes. But, you know, you get to the West and, man, people just get wound up so much on whatever the bloody narrative is in the media. And, you know, after a while, you just have to turn that crap off and just ignore what's being published, because a lot of it is not true.
No. Yeah, right. I agree with you 100%. The Thais are really only fucking interested in what's happening in their country, and they're not fucking interested in what's going on fucking anywhere else. You know,
and that makes sense. And that makes sense. We are not in a position in humanity where the whole world can be treated as one, you know, because we're not one. We're not all the same. Yes, we are humans, but you can't put laws and regulations and what is expected of people in Europe and then expect that the same outcome is going to happen in Asia. It's not going to work. It's not going to fucking work. You know, we know, I mean, I know firsthand, coming from Australia and moving to Thailand just in 6 months, the huge difference in the mentality of people. And I'm not saying, you know, one is right and one is wrong. It's just how, you know, the community is and how how far developed or maybe developed is probably the wrong word, because development seems to, you know, we just seem to get into bigger and worse fucking strife the more developed we tend to think of ourselves. You know, if you go back fucking, you know, 200 years, well, it wasn't all that bad 200 years ago. Okay, well, we didn't have air conditioning, but fuck, we jumped in the fucking river. We went and fucking jumped in the beach, you know, when we were fucking hot. That's not such a bad thing, because it was good for our fucking health as well. But today we just turn on the fucking air. How do we solve that problem? Turn the air conditioning on. Yeah, it's
yeah.
But this fucking globalist push for we all need to unite and we all need to be one, and you know, it doesn't matter what the fucking law is, it applies right across the board. It doesn't fucking work. The WHO have tried it over the last fucking 18 months or 2 years with this fucking COVID virus and shit. It doesn't work for every human being across the planet. Our economies are different. Our fucking way of life is different. You can't put everybody in the same fucking, you know, mold and expect that everybody is going to, you know, you know what I'm saying?
That's a given, mate. That's a complete given, Joe.
But it's not. It is a given for you and me.
It is for me. It is for me, yeah.
But the globalist, and, you know, okay, some people are going to call me a fucking conspiracy theorist, but the globalists are pushing this shit. They are pushing this shit. And the globalists, that they're in our life every fucking day, and they're pushing the narrative of one world, one order, and, you know, they want the same right across the board. It doesn't matter whether it's Australia, whether it's America, whether it's fucking Vietnam, or whether it's in Africa. They want the same shit. And why do they want the same shit? Well, you know, they don't want the local government to have so much control. They want to dictate what happens from the top. Why is Bill Gates? Why does Bill
you're talking
Gates
the 1%? You're talking the 1%, or
I'm talking about the 1%, the elitists, the globalists, whatever they want to call themselves, because they're the smartest fucking people on the planet. They're the ones that have decided that we are living wrong, that we are killing this planet. Yeah. They are the ones that have decided that climate change is a fucking disaster. They are the ones that are telling us if you don't fucking stop eating beef, which is, coming from a fucking farting fucking animal that is, killing the planet, you are, one of the bad guys. You need to eat fucking lab grown beef. And these motherfuckers, they are.
I did a test on negative.
You might have heard in America they had a baby formula shortage.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was no baby formula to be found. Well, it turns out there's only 2 fucking manufacturers of baby formula in America, but they're branded as 6 or 7 different manufacturers on the shelf. So you've got a situation where 2 companies are in control of all the baby formula. And when something happens to one or the other, because they're all, they're all led by the same people at the top pulling the strings, the investors are all the same investors, the whole fucking system collapses. Why? Because you're globalizing, the system. Instead of having, like we did 20, 30, 40 years ago.
I've got to head off, guys.
Cheers, mate.
I've got to go. Sorry.
Pedro. All right, mate. Thanks, mate. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for everything. See you, Steve.
See you, Pedro.
Speak to you soon, guys.
See you, mate.
Catch ya.
But 20 years ago, for the milk, we used to get milk from, 100 kilometers away. Now we get milk, it could be from 1,000 kilometers away. It could maybe even further because of globalization, because of, takeover by big fucking companies and all this sort of shit. And it's all becoming globalist. It's all becoming, local. When I go to Canterbury and I walk around the market, that stuff is all local. The stuff I'm is all local. It's easily controlled. If there's something wrong with somebody's fucking durian, that's okay. There's another 10, 20 suppliers of that durian that are all local. But when you globalize it and you have ABC or, the Acme Trading Company buying up and controlling all of the durian in Canterbury, and he is the only one that is now supplying all of Thailand, well, if he has an issue at his factory, we're all fucked. We can't get durian. And this is what's happening worldwide with foods, with energy, with all sorts of shit. We're allowing these globalists, these elitists to take over the whole fucking thing, and they're controlling it. And we're fucked.
The greatest oxymoron in New South Wales is the fact that you go to a country town and go to a seafood market, and that seafood has come through Sydney. Even if it's caught in the local area, it goes to the central Sydney, and then it goes by road to the country depots or the co-ops. And that is absolute bullshit, mate. When you're thinking of, I was up at Ballina, Lismore Ballina last week, seeing an old mate of mine. And we went from Lismore to Ballina, and we're eating probably the most beautiful prawns I've had in years, mate. And he assured me they came from Ballina. And I said, mate, they're not. They've come up from Sydney. They're caught here, they've gone down, and they're trucked up, So that's all a part of the thing that you're sort of alluding to, I think. With the one sort of control.
Well, and one of the other things the whole fraud around globalization is this idea that from economics, they talk about it being the Ricardian patterns of trade. Basically, it's a fancy word for saying each country should produce what they are best at producing. And so therefore, say, Australia would produce maybe potentially grain and wool. Another country would produce seafood, another country tech. But where it breaks down, mate, is you start giving up your sovereignty and your national security, where you say, okay, you know, like for instance, New Zealand doesn't really produce any steel anymore. And you go, okay, that's fine. We'll let steel be produced by China. Oh, hang on a minute. We've got a problem. We've got to make ships, warships, and we don't have any steel production in New Zealand anymore. Not really. So it goes to China. And this is where it all breaks down. And the whole idea of globalization is that you're meant to be able to afford your microwave and your TV because you can get it cheaper and more efficiently from a different country. But when you start introducing trade tariffs and trade wars that are currently going on, currencies where one central bank chooses to depreciate their currency versus another, so it makes some things cheaper and other things not, it starts to erode the benefits, the alleged benefits of globalization. So this is really where it all starts to break down. And I think we're actually seeing the collapse of the end of this idea that we should move production to countries that are better at doing it, because the next war, when it comes, and it's on the way, you can clearly see the pieces falling into place.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Is going to impact all of these strategic industries.
You know, one of the classic misconceptions in Australia is you go to your local supermarket, and I actually read the labels when I got my glasses, and I read the labels and I go, no, that's from China. I'm not going to eat that. You know, but they've got a tweak in the labelling system where it says New Zealand. So it goes to New Zealand, it's packaged in New Zealand, and if you're not savvy enough, you miss it. It's actually made in China. It goes through New Zealand, and Aussies trust New Zealand, don't they? You know.
Oh, that's
and yeah, but you know what I mean, though, like. It's a sort of what's the word? A
lot of prawns here.
It's a sleight of hand. It's a sleight of hand. They're fucking pulling the wool over your eyes. And look, the majority of people, like you just said, you know, if you're wearing your glasses, you'd read the label. But most people don't give a fuck. Most people just,
100. Yeah, that's right.
That's fucking cheap.
Yeah.
And who has put them in that position? Who has put them in the position where their choice has to be the cheapest choice? Because they can't afford. They can't afford.
That's
to
what I'm
spend
getting
fucking
at.
$400, $500.
In this day and age, with a 5.1 or 5.3 inflation rate at the moment in New South Wales or Australia in general, you can't begrudge the normal Aussie for trying to find the cheapest way out. And as a matter of fact, if I go up to my local seafood shop and I want to have a couple of prawn rolls for lunch, I'll buy Thai prawns because I've ridden past on a bicycle. I know where they're produced, and I've seen the farms. I'll buy them because they're cheaper than Australian prawns. I probably won't buy Vietnamese because I haven't seen them, you know. And I won't buy Bassa because I know where that comes from, you know. But as to prawns, you know, you can't beat a good Aussie prawn, tiger prawn or something like that. You just can't beat it. But I have no problem whatsoever buying Thailand prawns.
Just get back to that stuff, like, you know, one everything goes through one company in Brisbane. 90%, except for sort of Mulaney dairies and a couple of other little like Norco and stuff like that, small ones. All the milk here that goes to Woolworths, Coles, everything all goes through Parmalat in Brisbane. Everything. They go. They're the ones. They take it back down to Parmalat and they water it down and they fucking bottle it up and send it out to the different distributors.
So what's Parmalat, mate?
Parmalade's a company that collects all the milk and then bloody bottles it up and sends it out.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
John S is onto something there. You guys got to stop this. You're making sense. Shut the fuck up.
It's interesting. It's interesting conversation, actually.
Yeah. What's the thing the other day?
It's a conversation. Go on. Sorry.
One of Trump's fucking the FBI over in America, they've just been going rounding people up. Half of them they haven't even been giving them bloody warrants. You know, like lawyers and like politicians and stuff. People that speak against Apple conversations like we're doing here now, and they're fucking going out, rounding them up, and putting the fucking fear of God into them. It's fucking ridiculous.
I love the FBI stings and local stings where they advertise free stuff, and all the local crooks come in and they bloody nab them right on the spot. It's fucking outstanding. Love it. Take that, you cunts. You know, fucking love it, mate.
Yeah, a lot of the fucking the lefties and shit. They're scared of the truth because when you hit them with facts, they freak out. They can't answer, and then they get nasty.
That's when they start calling you names.
Look what's going on over there at the moment with this abortion thing. All they got to do is go over the fucking border and get an abortion. You know, there's nothing stopping them. Yet, you know, those fucking women and that, you know, like, I don't think some of those shouldn't be really breeding any fucking way. But still, you know.
I don't know.
I'm going to try and stop that.
A lot of the protesters that I've seen after this Roe versus Wade overturn of the Supreme Court, I don't believe a lot of them actually get pregnant. Just quietly.
I reckon they're going on a sex strike. Well, fucking go for it. You know, half of them probably wouldn't want to get porked anyway. You know, like half of them look like fucking big, hairy fucking armpit lesbians. You know, big old bulldogs.
There's two logical points that I'd like to make about that argument in America at the moment about the latest things that have passed through. Without getting into it too much, there is no right for anyone to tell a woman who's raped or a victim of incest what they can do with the procreation in them. Exactly. Secondly, I cannot understand why America is so stringent on this, yet the right to bear arms enables Stephen K, Motubata Ray to have 54 fucking semi-automatic weapons in their garage because it's their right.
Exactly.
The fucking psyche astounds me, mate, with Americans. It astounds me.
That's crazy.
But the majority of abortions performed, let's say, in America have got nothing to do with rape, Tim. So you're talking about maybe 1% or maybe even less than 1%. So I totally agree with you that okay, that option should be there for the woman. But you're also forgetting that the fact that these women do have choices. All they have to do, if they live in a state where it is illegal, they can go, they can cross the border and get that and have that procedure done.
Exactly.
So
you are aware that there is steps in place to stop that happening. To the point where Pink on her Instagram today told people how to delete location on their phones to prove that they haven't gone interstate to have an abortion.
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean that they're all being raped over there in America? Is that what you're saying? Then why the fucking outrage of the federal court or the court of the land turning around and saying, "Hang on, this is not in the Constitution and it never has been." In 1972, when they moved it to the federal court, it was done in error because it's not in the Constitution. The Supreme Court looks after federal Constitution. It is being handed back to the states, to the individual states. Now, if you live in a state like New York City or fucking LA or, or California and whatever it might be, there is a good chance you can kill as many children as you like, or abortion, sorry. You can abort as many children as you like. Nothing to do with rape, nothing to do with incest, nothing to do with any of that. You don't want to have a baby, you can go to the doctor and say, hey, get rid of it. No problem. And these states are also the states that are pushing for fucking abortion right up until 1 week after birth.
Exactly.
Is that right? Yeah.
1 week after birth.
They're trying
now,
to say that.
You're trying to, not you personally, and
no, I understand.
Personal,
I understand. No,
these motherfuckers are crying, oh my God, it's the end of the world. When from 1970 until this overturn, more than 63 million babies have been aborted. Do not try and tell me that the majority of these women with choice aborted these babies because they were raped, because of incest.
I know. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That what I was saying was a general woman thing. And
fuck the women thing. We're talking about moral humanity here. It's not woman, it's not man, it's humanity.
Let me take you back to 1984.
63 million people have died. 63 million children have been aborted. And we wonder why we find ourselves as a Western community. We wonder why we find ourselves in the minority on the world scale. Well, just in America alone, more than 63 million Americans are not with us. And yet there are so many people, so many millions of people in America that want to adopt and that would have gladly taken on those children.
Exactly.
And these motherfuckers that are in the headlines, like the likes of Pink, that are, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Thank God your mother didn't fucking abort you.
I can uncategorically state that my niece in Western Australia, they can't have kids and they've just adopted a little African child. But let me take you back to 1984. In Sydney, as a young probationary constable, we had an abortion clinic in Frivolities Street at Surrey Hills. And we used to get called down there for bomb scares all the time from the protesters and stuff. And my first introduction working with a bloke with the biggest hands I've ever seen in my life, a bloke called Tony Stanley, who now owns a pub in the middle of the Northern Territory. We had a bomb scare in a suitcase. We walked up to it, and he just got it and thrown it across the street as I dived under the truck. I shit myself, but I digress. I digressed with that story. But I hear what you're saying, Joe, and completely understand what you're saying. But you get my drift as well in regard to the two small points I made.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But they have choices.
Sure.
They have choices. I remember the likes of Pink and many other celebrities saying that if Donald Trump won the election, they would move to Canada.
Well, they didn't.
They didn't. Yeah. So it wasn't the end of the world. It was just them dramatizing the whole fucking situation. And they're doing it again. They're doing it again right now.
That's very cool. Yeah.
The issue is too, people are conflating the Supreme Court decision with being somehow the Supreme Court is banning abortion, and that's not the case at all. It's throwing it back to the states because it's not contained within the Constitution, exactly the same as it is in Australia, where each state in Australia regulates and or chooses to look the other way on abortion. Now, the problem with all of this is the left would have you believe this is a right versus wrong issue. Well, I've always said freedom equals the people in that country being allowed to dictate how they want to live. Now, each state has that right. And if you don't like, say, Oklahoma's rules on abortion, get in a car and drive across the border, and go to
California or
Texas or
something.
Louisiana or somewhere that has it available, because the liberal states will have it available, but liberals want you to think this is a black and white issue, and it's not.
Totally agree. Totally agree. You've got the choice, and it's the same thing with voting. You know, if you want to live in a Democrat state, you've got the freedom to do that. You've got the freedom to pack up and move to a Democratic state. If you don't like, you know, Florida, who is a Republican-run state, pack up, move. And there is more to the story than just as Stephen said. You know, they're just pushing this narrative that it's women have lost their rights in America. They haven't lost their rights. It's just been moved back to what it was prior 1970, which was the individual states had their individual laws. And then you've got the likes of Mr. Brandon comes on national TV and says, it's a sad day for America. We've just been pushed back 150 years. You know, we don't need that shit.
But they're trying to justify abortion by saying it's fucking, you know, a child is not alive until it takes its first breath. They ever heard of a fucking heartbeat? You know what I mean?
Look, I totally agree with. Yeah, look, there are different, you know, situations, you know, and I totally understand that. I'm not saying that, you know, that's it. If you're pregnant, you have to, you know, give birth to the baby. I would like to think that most adults that open their legs and decide to let that penis inside their vagina and not wear a condom or whatever the case may be, they're old enough to understand that this is what happens when a man inserts his penis in your vagina and ejaculates. There is a very good chance, there is a chance that you might get pregnant. But you cannot go through life thinking, well, it's okay. I'm allowed to have an abortion. So if it doesn't suit me, then I can just go and get aborted. That is
you understand that. Yeah, completely understand that. Yeah.
Somebody raped. Like, you don't want somebody that gets raped to get false pregnant. You know, like you can't force it. It's just, you know, it's just wrong to force them to fucking make them carry that fucking. You know,
totally
incest. That's the same thing there with incest, stuff like that. You know, situations like that. Yeah. But, you know, it's just fucking crazy. You know, why the fuck are not there to carry them and just adopt them out? There's plenty of homes out there that would gladly take them. But, you know, whatever. You know, it's just fucking crazy.
So just to recap on what you're saying, Ray, you think a woman that's raped should carry the baby and adopt it out, or?
No fucking way. It'd be a horrible fucking thing for a woman to...
Yeah.
You know,
psychologically,
terrible, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Psychologically, I don't think she'd be in a place, you know, to be able to go through that.
Top herself, mate.
Yeah, when you get baby, you get pregnancies too, where the baby's fucking disabled and stuff like that. And they know it from an early point of the pregnancy. You know, like you should have that option, sort of thing. Why would you want to? You know, I don't want to sound fucking cold, but if you got a child that takes constant fucking care, you know, all of its fucking brief life, sort of thing. You know, why? Anyway, that's not really a.
Yeah. The question is, why are women over 36 tested for Down syndrome in Australia?
Yeah.
Well, as Stephen said, it's not black and white. You know, almost every situation is different. But it certainly seems. It certainly seems like, you know, when you look at the numbers on the screen now, you know, and we all trusted Worldometer when it came to the coronavirus numbers, right? So we've got to also trust them when it comes to the abortions worldwide, right? When it's just ticking over, like you see on the screen now.
Yeah.
They cannot all be rape and incest.
When we were young blokes, there used to be back then around here, you know, in Queensland, abortion was, you know, fucking was taboo, you know. But there was a doctor in at Zilmia. It's Dr. Woods. He's on now. But anyway, anybody like one of the girls got fucking, one of the blokes got the girlfriend pregnant. They used to go, mate, you know, if they wanted an abortion, they just go in there and make a fucking, you know, make a midnight fucking visit sort of thing, you know, and flip a few bucks sort of thing, and he'd take care of it sort of thing. You know, I know a few people that could have done that, you know, but I don't know, children having children, oh, you know, we're only fucking like, you know, just fucking starting to drive cars, 16, 17-year-old, you know. But anyway, that was back then.
Well, John S says in the comments there, a lot of people now use abortion as birth control.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's gotten to that.
Yeah, exactly. But they just those fucking ones demonstrating. They're so fucking angry. Fuck, you know, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't know. They've got something. They always got to have something to fucking demonstrate about. I don't know. Fucking crazy. I wouldn't do that. But you know, then
to
again,
be honest, what worries me these days is that you're not bloody allowed to have your own opinion anymore. Like we can all get here and have opposing opinions, and it's all perfectly fine. But you know, this is rare these days. You can't have these sort of conversations anywhere because all of a sudden you're out of your job, you've been cancelled from whatever you're doing in life. People hate you for this. They're all for diversity, but not diversity of opinion.
Powers and be. YouTube or Facebook. You know, I share a bit of stuff on Facebook. I only ever share stuff that's on Facebook. Yet I've been pinged a few times for it. You know, I get notifications. And they took my fucking thing down. You know, I've been fucking banned. That time they banned me for 3 days when Jimmy fucking died. That pissed me right off, that. But anyway. Yeah, just
Brett O, welcome. And you're right in that statement. The WHO state around 73 million induced abortions take place worldwide each year. Sounds like a real pandemic. Well, as I was just showing, you know, we're halfway into, you know, 2022 and we've got over 21 million abortions.
Affirmative action's the statement that pisses me off. Redressing past discrimination. It fucking shits me to tears, mate. Because affirmative action redressing past discrimination discriminates against the current people.
Yeah. What Raider says is right too. That's just fucking, you know, I feel pretty strongly about that. An 8-month-old baby is not in the womb, is not alive. That's fucking crazy, you know. This ain't fucking alive. They got a heartbeat. Fuck.
Yeah, it's certainly it's actually a good discussion tonight because, like Steve said, we can discuss it without getting angry or having tandies and just discuss it, you know, which is great.
And this is what's lacking. And this is what's lacking from, you know, the media. You know, the ability to be able to discuss situations. You know, I know there's left and right, but you know, the majority of left-wing media just automatically name call anybody that opposes their opinion. If you don't agree with their opinion, you're automatically a white supremacist. You're a right wing fucking. It's just there's no need for that.
Just crazy. When my mum died, I was holding the fucking hand right. I held it right up until she stopped fucking breathing. Her heart was still beating for fucking about nearly 18 minutes after she stopped breathing. The fucking heart was still beating for 18 fucking minutes. Yeah, she's still alive. Sort of, you know, like it's just fucking. And then I don't know. Fuck me. Anyway,
a couple of things in the mainstream media really piss me off, and in Australia we've got this news.com website, and it's always clickbait titles. But what also annoys me is the fact that they selectively clip grabs from videos that involve law enforcement and things like that, and make the law enforcement look bad and the numpty look good. And then when it comes to the crunch, when the full thing is seen, the numpty's a cunt, and he made a cunt of himself, and he should have been trodden on the fucking head or the neck because he was a cunt.
It's a big
you know?
story. You know,
yeah.
That's all it's about. That shit getting. It's like power of suggestion, so to speak. You know, it's like that shit with Trump and the fucking trying to grab the fucking keys out of, slapping the fucking, the Secret Service up the guy up the side of the head and trying to take the fucking keys. Didn't have to be true. They just wanted to
No,
get
it wouldn't
it.
have happened, mate. He would have been in the back seat.
Exactly. Well, they got a fucking shield between the fucking president and the driver anyway. I'm sure they have. It makes sense.
Let me clarify my previous statement. 8 out of 10 times that grab is correct. 2 out of 10 times the relevant agency fucked up. In fairness, you know what I mean?
They've got a woman there. Nobody's ever seen her before. No one will ever see her again. Made a fucking statement, then she disappears. It's just about getting that statement out there, because this is how they fucking. Sorry.
Well, let's praise the Lord for Monica Lewinsky keeping the semen stained dress, fellas. Hey?
Yeah.
But I was sitting in the car on my way to Canterbury when I listened to 107 when I'm here in Bangkok, and the news comes on. And the news is provided by BBC. So the BBC tell us of breaking news from the January 6th insurrection hearings. That a witness has come forward, an aide to the White House, telling us the story of, how Donald Trump lunged across lunged at the driver, and grabbed the steering wheel and told him that he's the president of the United States and he wants to go to Capitol Hill, and then tried to strangle the driver to get him to do what he was
telling him to. Oh yeah.
Now, 12 hours earlier, I'd already done my research. When I heard this shit hit the internet web, predominantly.
You don't need research, mate. If you know, you know.
Of course you do.
Predominantly pushed by CNN, CNBC, and the likes. I went and did my research, and sure enough, you've got the FBI or secret agents service coming out and saying it's a total fucking lie. She is lying, and I watched the full fucking clip of where this so-called surprise witness, breaking news witness. I was just shaking my head. But this is 12 hours later. I'm sitting in the car. And breaking news. This is BBC World Headline News. There's 70 million fucking people, 70 whatever it is million people in Thailand. I don't know how many of them listen to that news. Maybe not a lot, but every English speaker in Thailand would have been listening to that news. And they would be thinking, shit, Donald Trump lunged at the fucking driver during January 6th. He's an evil, bad man, orange bad
You're
man.
Quite right. In that assumption, yeah, you're quite right.
These fucking right wing, insurrection. They were trying to take over the government of America. He's a bad person.
Not once because they got him fucking recorded.
He's a very, very bad person.
Orange man bad.
Occam, hey, look. Every time I hear that, you think Occam's razor. You know what Occam's razor is? The most logical fucking explanation is the true one, sort of thing. Now it's all bullshit, and how the fuck can you fucking believe it?
If anyone has an idea how a fast-paced escort with a VIP goes, you'll know it's bullshit.
It's just all this at the moment. They've got the midterms coming up, and all this is just a fucking big character smear, for fucking, like for the midterms, I suppose. It's just, but fucking Victor, I was talking to Victor about it. He's pretty sharp, he does a lot of research and stuff. He reckons if the bloody if the bloody Republicans get back in, they're just going to start impeaching these fucking idiots. They've got like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases where they can fucking get the ones at the top, whether they do or not.
Now, Ray, when you quote Victor, just for Stephen's knowledge, Victor Bray is one of the greatest purveyors of drag racing in Australian history, mate.
He's a very smart as well too, you know.
So that's a close mate of Ray's. So yeah, so that's fucking he's a god in drag racing, mate.
Yeah, but
absolute god.
He's a super intelligent, he's very high, very intelligent guy, and he sort of he does his research. He's like Joe, he doesn't fucking listen to the fucking mainstream media. He always looks at the shit he tells me. He's just, it's just amazing. I was telling him about that fucking oil, that was a Russian company wanted to get all that oil out of fucking Afghanistan when they were getting all those people got left behind. And he looked into it too. He said, "Yeah, you're fucking right," because that turned out, he agreed that it was fucking the one that Hunter Biden was tied up with was the company was the one that put in the bid for the oil. Remember that?
Burisma.
Hey,
Burisma.
Yeah, but
I went up to Lismore last week, as you blokes know, and it was fucking. I got home and come back through coughs and did a few trips and stuff, and fucking nearly $700 worth of fuel, mate, for 5 days.
Ridiculous.
My car's thirsty. It's a tank on wheels sort of thing, the FJ Cruiser, Land Cruiser thing. It's a brick, but Jesus Christ, mate,
Well, wait till you hear this. It's bloody $3.30 a litre over here at the moment. Absolutely bloody ridiculous pricing on petrol.
Where are you, Steve? Where are you? Where are you at the moment?
In Auckland at this stage.
Right. Okay.
What's that? Sorry.
I said okay. Cool. So
Yeah.
are you actually a New Zealander?
No. Well, yes and no. I'm actually a dual citizen with Australia.
Nice.
My parents were Aussies, but I was born here, and I left when I was 7 years old. So I've got two different passports. But just
Most
to your
important
comment,
question I need to ask you: do you follow the rugby?
Wallabies.
Right. Okay. Well, tomorrow night, if you got the streaming service Stan, the All Blacks are playing Ireland, then the Wallabies are playing England.
Yep.
So I've got my afternoon set for tomorrow.
But to your point earlier too about police, I actually reckon the odds are higher from my experience, and I've had quite a bit to do with various agencies in Australia. I reckon probably 90% of the time they're right, and then 10% of the time, or 9% of the time, they're fucked up, and the other 1%. They've made a horrid mistake and fit somebody up, or maybe even less.
100%.
I mean, I've been involved in things like data disruption warrants and a whole bunch of other stuff, and I can tell you that the best cops are the state police. The AFP in Australia lack a lot of the street skills that the state cops do have in various areas, and the AFP could be quite good with like investigative support, but they don't have the hands-on skills with guys on the street. But at the end of the day, I've seen cops push the limit to try and get things done, but I've never seen somebody step so far over the line that it's a complete fit up. And the reason I say that is because I think, from what I've seen in the past, a lot of cops would pull them up and say, "Are you being a fucking idiot? You're going to screw the whole case." So
particularly now in these days, if we go back to the 80s, different story.
Yep.
Right. But I had the privilege of working with some of your elite men from New Zealand that come over for the 2000 games. Some of the boys that work with our boys over here, and I had the privilege of being a Vandy commander at Darling Harbour, protecting the 7 venues at Darling Harbour, and they were outstanding gentlemen and very professional operators, mate. And they enjoyed the junket as well, just quietly.
Well, they got on pretty well with the guys from Tag East as well.
Bloody classic. No, you make a pertinent point, but I think in these days, I've got relatives that are still current serving over here, and completely different story. I quote an example. someone said to me recently, "Oh, I've got this problem and this, that, and the other," and I said, "Did you tell him to get fucked?" And the person said, "You can't say that these days. You know, we've got people over here in our departments that are offended and make a complaint because someone didn't say hello to them in the morning, Stephen."
Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
ridiculous. You know?
Yeah. This is the sort of shit that annoys me too. Like that soft skin sort of rubbish.
It's good having someone close to me in the job because the tissues don't work, particularly with female operatives. And that can be dealt with by a female operative better than a bloke, because a bloke might face a complaint if he says the wrong thing, but a female can go, "Fucking don't fucking do that on me. Fucking go and compose yourself and come back in."
Yeah, exactly.
And gets away with it.
So, like the latest thing over here that I've just been reading about recently, which pissed me right off too, is they have a whole bunch of supposed interrogation tactics which they've developed. They call it the Mr. Big scenario, and they've been catching a lot of crims with it, which is good. And anyone that's been through any of the variety of training, depending on which service you've been with, any of the training with it understands exactly what happens, that you have the crisis time when you get in the room. And the cops are very good at pushing that crisis hour to get you to make a decision early on. But the courts are getting into this now, saying, well, so-and-so really didn't get a fair chance to consult with anyone, and he was upset at the time and under stress. Well, no shit, that's what interrogation is, you idiots. And they've been throwing a lot of this stuff out. I'm like, you're kidding me.
Yep. You got to be careful what you say in a forum like this, because all the
you're right.
All the bush lawyers fucking come into form, mate. They're all fucking experts in their own mind and have no understanding whatsoever about what actually goes on in certain areas. You know.
Yeah, you're right. They'll probably be recorded and used against me in the future.
Oh no, mate. But you know, I as I said, I've seen you before. I know a bit of your background, but you know, and that's off YouTube, you know, so I know a bit of your background, but I already know, just by the way you speak, mate, that, you know the drum.
Yep.
It's a universal fucking language, I think.
At the end of the day, we set this this channel up to talk as you would.
Yeah.
A bunch of blokes sitting around having a fucking beer, and that's what that's what it's about.
Exactly.
The majority, I think, we all love Thailand. Sure, that's the key topic, but occasionally we go off fucking topic, and that's what you do when you're sitting around having a fucking drink.
Exactly.
Indeed, mate. Anyone else wants to come on? There's a link. Love to see you pop on, Henry. Henry's a knowledgeable man and has a lot to contribute to all of our chats. He's a very loyal member of our chat.
He is.
And I had a conversation when I was up at Coffs with Henry. It was nice to hear from him, and we had a really nice chat. He's a fucking good bloke, mate. Rock solid. And always been a supporter of this channel. So Henry, you're more than welcome to come on if you'd like, mate. Up to you. Oh, no, he'd be hanging around in the background, mate. If his wife's doing COVID this weekend, what's tonight, Friday? No, if his wife's doing... Oh, no, he might have the missus tonight. If she does COVID tomorrow.
Having said that, you know, I think I'm not wrong in saying that most of the guys, if not all of the guys involved in the chat, in the cheap seats, I think would all be welcome, you know, to come on and have a chat.
100%, Joe. 100%.
So, you know, the link is there, and it's...
And we got that screening thing if it works.
Yeah.
And...
yeah, well, you know, we got no reason to have fucking trolls here.
And unlike, you know, Stephen, you don't have to show your face. You know, you can opt out of showing your face when you click the link. You do have the option of cam on, cam off. So if you just want to come on and have a chit chat and not, show us your noggin, that's all good too.
Noggin? No, sorry, your noggin. No.
Your noggin. Not your knob.
Yeah.
And on that note, guys, I'm going to have to roll. It's going on for 1:30 here in the morning, so time to join the bed.
Yeah,
Go the Wallaby, Steve. Take care, mate. Thanks
Cheers,
for coming
guys.
on.
Take care of yourself.
Thanks for coming
Come
on.
back on again, mate, please.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
See you, mate.
He's smart guy.
Wasn't that wonderful? Wasn't that outstanding?
Oh, great bloke.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
I first came across him over at Jono's streams, and yeah.
That's where I think I saw him, mate.
Yep.
That's quality. That's a quality member of the community. That gentleman.
There's plenty of them.
Sure.
Anywhere to go,
That's what I'm saying. If you look at our chat, I would dare say that 99.99% of the dudes in the chat are solid blokes.
Yep.
We're not all going to agree. We're not all going to agree, and at times I might seem a little loud, perhaps, but I'm a wog. I'm fucking passionate when I fucking talk. That's just how we do it. But it's
there's nothing wrong with being passionate.
Yeah, that's it. I don't mean any offence. So please don't be offended by me raising my voice. That's just how we talk.
Henry's there.
Are you on your own tonight, Henry, or is it tomorrow night? Watching the Wallabies, you're on your pat. I can't remember. If it's Friday night or Saturday night.
It's Friday night, man.
Oh, if he wants to come on, he'll come on. I'll just throw the link as another teaser for him.
I'll probably get off seeing myself anyway. I fucking stood on a bit of wire during the week. My fucking toe got infected. I had to go to the doctors a couple of days ago and get some fucking horse tablets.
Tetanus shot or?
No.
Tetanus.
Did you get a tetanus shot as well, or?
Oh no, I had me tetanus. I was good for tetanus. I always keep up to date on them because I hurt myself so many times, with it. But I was just walking through the shed, and I bloody stood on a bit of rusty MIG welding while there was a bit of, like when you run out of wire, you get a little bit up through the core, you just roll it up and then throw it in the bin. Well, this one obviously bounced out. But anyways, a bit of wire sticking up and it fucking went through the side of my fucking toe and popped out the top.
So you finished all those Barbie welds you had to do?
Yeah, thank Christ. I healed up too. I bloody cuts all over me fucking arms from that bloody thing. Oh, fuck. Right at the last one, I ran out of wire. I went down, and because all that wire you get, when you weld galvanized, this shit's all copper coated, the wire, and it splatters like shit, and you get all these burns all over you. And I was covered in fucking arms, legs, fucking guts, fucking chest, fucking you name it. But anyway, the last one, and I ran out of wire. I went down and I was looking at the different wires. They, easily get the cheap shit. And I was going, what's the difference between that fucking wire there, and that wire there? He says, that's copper coated, and that's bronze coated. I said, what's the difference with the bronze coating? He says, it's only just you. He says, you get significantly less fucking splatter. I says, oh, do you? I says, how much more expensive is that? He says, oh, about $30. I says, give me a fucking roll of that. So I got that, threw it on, and I got home, and I thought, shit, I wish I had that when I first started. I'm still picking scabs up my legs.
Do you want to do that one, Joe?
Hey, Henry, that you, mate?
It most certainly is.
Oh, it certainly is.
It sounds like Henry.
Yeah,
that's Henry, all right. G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. How you going? You've given up the buttons, have you? You didn't trust yourself there.
No. It was a faux pas, mate. It was a small mistake, but I thought it's Jay's turn this time.
Nice.
But, just in reply to Ray's comments there about his injuries, and yeah, I hear you, mate. I know exactly where you're coming from. I had a war wound as well during the week. I fucking ran over me big toe with me fucking chair.
How the fuck did you do that?
Fuck! 2 days. 2 days.
Jesus.
She was throbbing red. the missus is going, oh, we need to get some, some fucking medication on that. Some fucking, it was just slightly bruised.
Joe, you have gout. Oh no, you have gout.
I've been hobbling around on my left fucking foot. I've got sciatica in my right hip, so I've been getting around like a.
Nothing worse than sciatica, Ray. Jesus, that's fucking terrible.
Tell me about it. It's not real bad. That chair. I had to get out of that chair before. I got that cushion, it's a lot better, but still, then I got in my car and I've got to get another driver's seat for the fucking thing because the bolster on the outside of it's, just fucking, it's not production there. And it's just iron there. And when you get in there, you only drive fucking probably a mile or two and your fucking legs going to. So just got to roll up and put a towel there, but I've just got my eye out for another driver's seat. It's only an old shit, a fucking work car, so. It doesn't have to be matching, so I'm looking around at the moment. It's just
So Henry, have you got the same idea as me tomorrow afternoon, watching the All Blacks in Ireland and then flowing into the Wallabies v England?
I do, but I don't know if I've got the All Blacks. I gave up Stan because the Super Rugby's over, so, and I don't think it'll be anywhere else. I don't think Channel 9 will do it.
No, it's not. No. I've got Stan. I said to the missus, just tag on the extra $10 for the rugby season and then cut it out and then get it back next rugby.
Yeah,
no worries.
I just flicked it when the Super Rugby was over, so I'll get it back again next year.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, there's not much else on there really. Oh, they've still got the City Suburban, the Shoot Shield and all that kind of stuff. But
I like watching Gordon play.
Yeah, I haven't really got a team up there, so there's no one to really watch all the time. I flip in and out of it. So what's the go, Joe? You going to lose the toenail on that big toe?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, come on. Hardly worth mentioning.
12 hours of pain every time I touched it. That's all it was.
How, in living God's name, did you roll over your own toe?
Well, in Australia, I was on I had the carpet, and then I had the plastic mat.
Right?
Yeah. So it was so it was a little bit harder to roll. But on here I'm on fucking tiles, so she rolls easy. And I had my feet down. I wanted to get closer, and oh fuck!
Oh Jesus!
Oh fuck! Luckily, I'm only 80 kilos, because then I would have lost my fucking nail.
Well, my toe would have had to be amputated.
You fucking tend to bump it all the fucking time too, and even when you go to bed of a night time, you got sheets over it. It's just rubbed on the sheets, and it hurts like fuck.
Oh yeah.
Can't put boots on.
I love it when someone walks into my office and hears Ray swearing, and you guys chatting away. And says, "What the hell are you listening to?" I can imagine. The fuck are you listening to?
And this is probably one of the Karma channels to be listening to just quietly.
Yeah, indeed, mate. Indeed.
Just Aussie. Are you American, are you, John? I think John must be American.
I think John is over in the States, isn't he?
He's not fella.
Well, the Yanks and the Poms would be waking up now.
Yeah.
It might be midday in England, mate. I think.
Yeah, I can't out here but anyway. I'm going to go watch some more. Yeah, what's up, mate? Yeah, that's been a good, it was good tonight. We had a full deck.
We did, mate. Yeah, it was lovely. We've been going 3 hours. Jesus.
The East Coast states.
Oh yeah, fair
4
enough.
hours actually. 7:30 we started. It's 11:30 nearly.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a bloody. You got a bit of a time difference over there. About 15 hours, I think. I got a bit over 15 hours, I think. Yeah, it'd be probably 9 o'clock in the morning, actually. 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not going to be doing any more 5 a.m. fucking streams, I'll tell you that. Fucking hurts me too much the next day.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah, staying up all night, yeah.
Oh, mate. It fucks me for a day and a half.
Mm.
We're getting old.
Yeah, it hurts.
Oh, yeah. You know, like, it's the intake of alcohol too, you know, like...
Why do you get my age? Everything fucking hurts.
Oh.
I'll catch it later anyway. I'll talk to you tomorrow. So.
All right, Ray, take care, mate. Hey, listen, before you go, how did the blurter go on the whoopee cushion?
Oh, it was all right. Just right. So I had to review fucking leg. It was playing kicking. Leg was twitching a bit, you know. It's all right. I'm in the recliner at the moment.
But was it better? Was it better than the what you had before?
Yeah, a little bit. It'll be better. I'll just my toe's still fucking sore, and I keep kicking the desk all the time with my sore toe. I mean, I was twitching all the fucking time. They're sciatica, so I had to get out of there.
Well, isn't that why you've got a small toe? To make sure all the furniture's in the right place in the house.
I saw something like that today on one of the social media things.
You see somebody with a mangled up toe or a bent toe in a fucking sketch, and it's going, he does this, speaks three unknown languages. Take it out.
See you,
all right, mate. Take care, Ray.
See you, Ray. Cheers.
See you later.
2:30. See you, mate. So it's 2:30 in the afternoon in England.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well, you're saying 2:28 GMT.
I'll throw the invite on one more time, and it's an invitation for people in the chat who want to come on.
You got 20 odd in there. You think somebody'd come on? 20 people in there.
Yeah, just say g'day.
We peaked at 34, 35 tonight, gentlemen.
Even if you want to jump on and say g'day, this is my first time just breaking my virginity. That's all good.
I'll have to close my eyes if that's going to happen on this. I didn't know it was a kind of stream. I'll have to avert my attention.
So what's your poison tonight, big fella?
Look, you'd be surprised. I'm only on my 14.
Oh.
I'm can.
Yeah. Oh, just DA. Rish's DA still going through that stockpile.
They still making that.
Oh, they brought it back. Don't let me start the story again, Joe.
Well, Joe hasn't heard it, so you may as well tell it.
Yeah.
I thought I told everyone. They took it off the
dinner ale, wasn't it? DA.
Yeah. Took it off the market years ago, back in the 70s, and
yep.
There's a mob.
You just did a yeah.
You did.
You did. You went yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
You got too much time on your hands. Fair income.
Go, carry on. Carry on, Ballbag.
Yeah, so they took it off the books back in the 70s, I think. And there's a mob called the Resh's Appreciation Society on Facebook, which is a wonderful group of fellas who appreciate the lovely drop that Resh's is. And they were, they would get together every now and then. They'd do a bit of fundraising and that kind of stuff and throw money at good places. And they got in touch with the good people from Carlton United Breweries, and they decided to bring it back for a short run, which may hopefully turn into a longer run. But it sneaks up on you. It's 4.8, 4.9, whereas the bullets are only 4.2. The bullets are a good old man drink. You know, you can
I prefer 4.2.
Yeah, we're getting that way, aren't we? Remember years ago, you look for the higher the better. You know.
Yeah, indeed. Those IPAs around 9%, mate. I just can't handle that.
But here in Thailand, there's a few eights. There's a few eights on the shelf. And I'm talking, you know, Lotus. I'm not talking, you know, like a liquor store or just, you know, mum and dad fucking Lotus where everybody goes and buys their shit.
They've got not a craft beer or anything. They're just a standard.
No, just, you know, your fucking Leos and Changs. They're starting to pump out 8s.
Too strong.
Yeah.
It's like they're having a competition. Oh, how strong can we make it?
I'll never drink Cheng again. After one of my episodes, I arrived in Thailand, I think it was 2016, and I lobbed to the hotel, went down the road, opposite Pat Pong at the 7-Eleven. I bought 4 long necks and a couple of snacks, went back to the hotel, had a food on the way back, and got the hotel polished off the long necks. Mate, crook as rookwood. So I haven't touched Cheng since.
Yeah, I haven't felt too good the next day after a night on Chang's.
Oh, hey Henry, remember how I was saying I'm going to the Wallabies on the July 16th?
I do recall.
3 of us have booked a hotel in Sydney, and my mate, who's a member, normally gets 4 tickets to any event at the SCG.
He's only got 2?
Well, he's only got 2.
Oh, someone's going to be cranky pants.
No. The bloke who's cranky pants is he's dropped off because he's not a rugby union supporter. So that was a given. But he's gonna create havoc in Sydney while we're out at the SCG. So I know what he's going to be doing. But yeah. But So he's okay with that. But it's going to cost him a bit more money than it's going to cost me to watch the rugby, mate, because it's going to be free for me.
Would I be correct in saying you're going to be sitting in a seat, he might be laying down at the time?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be up there.
I won't be sitting in a seat. I'll be up the bar, mate.
Well, that's my plan if I get there. I haven't heard from my provider yet.
Okay.
I've got a hotel booked and got a mate lined up to go up there, but it just depends on if he comes across. He might take him up himself and go.
Well, the thing is it the 2-ticket thing?
Yeah.
So have you secured a ticket?
Well, the bloke who owns the member, he might go up himself with someone else. But if he doesn't go up at all, he said I could have it, and I'll take a mate of mine up. Have
you got a refund on the booking if you don't get it?
Yeah. Can cancel it right up to the Friday lunchtime.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Actually got 2 hotels booked. I booked one earlier, and then another one became available closer. Because once we get there...
That sounds like Man About Oz, mate. Booking 2 hotels.
No, there'll be none of that. The one we got is... The long story short, I got one a bit closer and it's easier to walk back and forth from where we're going.
Yeah, cool. We're staying in one, it's about 300 yards from Thai Town, mate, towards Broadway, so it's not too bad. Cheap.
Yeah.
Mate, I was trying to find hotels in Sydney this week, and the best I could get, and this is rock bottom price, the best I could get was $216 for the night.
Yeah. I told you, mate, I tried months ago when I first got wind of it, and the one that we normally stay at is the Meriton at Waterloo.
Yeah.
Could you just go straight across the, what is it, Southern Cross Drive or Southern Cross Drive there? Yeah, and you wander in.
Yeah.
But it was all booked out, I don't know, 2 months ago.
Unbelievable, mate. Like the places we've stayed at, like like a year and a half ago or so, we all stayed in a hotel opposite the QVB, $120 for the night, and now it's up to $270.
Yeah. Well, nobody's going overseas.
Staying in a place where we can come back and get on the piss and just stumble to the hotel, sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, it's convenient. It's good.
Yeah. No, I can't wait. Can't wait.
Take your jumper with you. She'll be fresh.
Oh, mate, I've got my scars, my Kangol cap, and a bloody really warm jacket.
It's a good thing this rain's coming through this weekend too. Should be out of the way by next.
Yeah. Mate, it's going to be fucking pissing down the next 3 days here. And indeed, probably down where you are and up north as well.
Yeah, we're kind of on the edge, but we'll get it.
I've got a mate staying up in Shoal Bay at the moment, and they got a second house up there, and he said, "What's it like in Sydney? It's fucked up here." And I said, "Well, it's fucked, and it's going to get worse fucked in the next couple of days."
Where's Shoal Bay? That's
Nelson Bay.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe's old stomping ground.
Mm.
Yeah.
2.5 hours north.
Yeah. Geez, that drive to Lismore in one hit's a big hurdle, mate. I tell you, fucking hell.
Well, it's not on the freeway like it is to Port Stephens.
Yeah.
Well, it's,
true.
It is to the. Well, which way did you go?
Well, I went straight up the guts, but the only two slow things are at Hexham and Coffs Harbour. Coffs Harbour, mate. There's 4 or 5 red light cameras and speed cameras in a 4 kilometre stretch. So you go slow through the whole thing, and you're back on the freeway again. Ridiculous.
And you have to get off, do you? You can't just stay on the freeway.
No, you can't. No, they've got a bypass schedule for Coffs in the next 12 months or something. Yeah. But apparently it's all gone through. But no, it's fucking ridiculous. But the rest of it's fine, But it gets boring driving along a freeway too, But especially with a gas guzzler like my machine, Fucking expensive, Jesus.
Yeah, you were saying.
And I've got to go up there at the end of August for my mate's retirement. Same bloke I went and visited.
Yeah. You'd almost fly up, wouldn't you, for that?
No, it's not worth it, Henry. Like, from my place to the airport, return is $70 in tolls.
Yeah, fair. And you need a car when you get there.
You know what I mean? Like, my mate's got to drive an hour and a bit to get to the Gold Coast airport to pick me up.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. He suggested that to me. I said, "There's no point, mate."
$70 in tolls. Is that what you said? 70?
To the airport and back. Yeah, shit, yeah.
Fuck.
In tolls or taxi?
No, tolls.
Jesus.
Whoa.
It's fucking expensive, mate. $35 one way in tolls.
I bought cars for less.
We've got the M7, the M2, M2, Lane Cove Tunnel, City Tunnel.
Say 400.
It's all gone up with CPI as well.
On a 3.5 hour drive to Chantaburi from Bangkok, getting on, on a couple of motorways, especially here in Bangkok. I'd be looking at $10 to $15. That's both ways. That's there and back.
Coming from the airport to say if you're coming from Suvarnabhumi to Saladang 1 near Patpong, what do you got? 70 baht and 20 baht or something, I think, on the 2 tolls. Like, fuck me.
I think the most expensive was 80 baht. There was one there that was 80 baht, and we only drove fucking 5 kilometres.
Yeah.
Listen to
Suckerhorn and Pedro there this afternoon. He was talking about when he gets over there, he's going up. Where's he going? Up where the bridge is, the bridge on the River Kwai. What's it?
Kanchanaburi.
Yeah, he was talking about catching the train up, and he was saying it's something like 23 baht or 30 baht. 2.5, 3 hour train trip. What's that? $1.50 or something, isn't it?
Yeah. When I did a tour up Kanchanaburi and did they lobbed us at a place we caught a boat in. I could hardly fit in the boat. My hip was fucked. Mate, it was a struggle. And we got to the the drop off point, go and look at the bridge and et cetera, and then we get on the train and half of the tour group wanted to go first class, and I took like normal Thai class sort of thing, and mate, I loved it. enjoyed it. I didn't go to the toilet on it. The toilet was a bit, how you going? But you know, the ladies come through with sticky rice, smooth ping, whatever. You know, they've all got that. And thank you very much. But it was wonderful, mate. Got some great fucking photos. I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's the best way to travel. We did Chiang Mai down to Bangkok, and it's one of those overnight ones.
Same time as us, me and my mate.
You're
talking the bike trip?
No. I'm talking on the train. It's going back, not
Nice.
that we did one of the other trips before, and man, I loved it. I'd still be on the bloody thing. But the
was funny,
missus
Joe.
doesn't like it a lot.
It was funny when Henry and his wife were over there with at the same time as my mate and I, and we communicated prior. At the time, we were at varying places. We just couldn't quite get it. To
just missing each other.
Missed it by that much.
I think Mr. Balding. I think that one's directed at you, Team W. The TRMN. I'm translating that as TMW.
If I was to buy a new vehicle, what would I get? Well, I own the current vehicle I've got. It's a four-wheel drive. It's a Toyota Land Cruiser FJ Cruiser, and I put about 10 grand into it with lifts, winches, roof racks, and associated things. That is a vehicle I'm going to hold on to for many years to come. It's only got 46,000 on the clock. I've had it for nearly 7 years, and done some wonderful trips in it. If I had a choice of vehicle, I'd probably get a 79 Land Cruiser dual cab wagon, and I'd put a $20,000 canopy on the back of it with all the electrical red arc ducks nuts gear, inverters, batteries, lithium batteries, everything. That would be my choice of a vehicle. But
which cruiser have you got again?
FJ. It's like a box.
Yeah.
They don't sell them anymore, Joe. And people are in Australia on Facebook forums are asking 50 to 60 grand for them, and they originally cost 49. I'll show you a picture if you want. The only thing I've got here. Well, I'll show you my setup, mate. Bloody, just stand by.
It's got the little suicide door, hasn't it?
It's got suicide doors,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I'll show the boys a picture because it shows my little setup. How do I get that fucking? Okay, that's what I do. Same as desktop. But you've got to put it up, Joe, because I've got two computers, but I haven't got a shared screen, so I can't actually press the button to share it. You with me?
Yeah, if you bring it into backstage, I can share it.
Yep, please. So share. Share screen.
Yep.
Or okay, share screen.
Screen or window. Depending on
okay, window. Hang on a sec. So how do I? I know what I've got to do. Just hang on a sec. I've got to open it up in Chrome first and share a Chrome tab. That makes it easier to not expose all my Pornhub links and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so share. Share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. And I think that's it. Okay.
Yep.
That's my setup, and that's the FJ.
Yep, that's the one I was thinking of. Yep.
Yeah. And if I had the choice, I'd never buy black again.
Oh, same. I've got a black car, and I regret it.
Mate, unless you use like Maguire's products and what are those cloths? Microfiber cloths. You just can't do it justice.
Right. In Bangkok, with the amount of pollution and construction that's going on, it just. But yet, 2/3 of the population have black cars.
Yeah.
How old's that, Tim?
2015, Henry.
They were a bit funny at the time, weren't they? They weren't they were, retro is probably not the right word to use, but they didn't follow the model before them. Do you think retro?
They were retro. Yeah, they were definitely retro because if you look at the models before them, they were built tough, weren't they?
Yeah.
More of a.
They've got the same. They've got the same grille and headlights as the original FJ40.
It didn't fall into line with the model before. Like it wasn't the natural progression. It was something out of the box.
But the 2015 model I got has got a 160 litre fuel tank. The one before has got a 70 litre tank.
Yeah.
So people have had to modify their stuff and get a second tank. So I'm blessed with 160 litres, unless I go too deep into the tank, and it costs me a fucking bomb these days, So my motto is keep it topped up. It's less pain,
Yeah. You won't fill it all at once.
Yeah, but mate, I tell you what, it's got crawl control and everything. A very capable vehicle off road.
What? Coil control?
Crawl.
Crawl,
hills, up hills.
Crawl. Okay.
Yeah, crawl control. So if it's really heavy shit and you're really scared of what you're doing and your foot's going like this on the accelerator, it can take it over and descend or ascend at a speed up to 15 kilometres an hour. So you can control it up in the head thing. It's got all the stuff, but as communication wise and modern stuff, it's not up to date like my wife's Kia is, but it does mean, mate. It does mean. And this may be the last vehicle I ever own before I leave the planet, mate. Because it's got that much. There's people that have done 450,000 Ks in them.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Toyota, really, can you? Mechanically,
well, I don't reckon.
Mechanically,
No, and the Land Cruisers, mate, like, fuck.
The diesel or petrol?
It's petrol. They never made them in a diesel, Henry. Never made them in a diesel.
The price probably.
I'll find a video. I'll find a bloody video. Just stand by. Keep talking amongst yourselves, and I'll find a video of what they can do.
I'm actually surprised at how many Aussie cars are here in Thailand, but the majority of them have fucking diesels in them.
As in after transplants.
Oh yeah, for sure. That'd have to be. I saw a Kingswood. It would have been a HQ. Let's say a HQ that was advertised on Facebook Marketplace during the week. And she looked pretty straight. A little bit. How you going in the paint department? But she's an old girl, but it looked original. But had an Isuzu diesel in it.
What they want for it?
40 grand, I think. 40,000 baht.
40s, 1,600.
Yeah, not a lot. Not a lot. But weeks ago, I did see a Statesman where they wanted, I think, 1.2 million, and that had the 350 Chev in it. That had a V8 in it.
1.2 million. Oh, yeah. When we did the last bike trip down, I don't know where we were. Bumfuck Idaho, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But there's a little market set up. We were going through at lunchtime, and there was a bloke in a green HQ, and he was just driving down slowly. So I took 6 or 8 pictures of it because I was just amazed to see it there. But he was just going from stall to stall. He wasn't even getting out of the car. You could tell he was an Aussie. He was like using it as his own drive-through Macca's. Driving up to the chicken plate and getting some chicken, then driving down to the next stall and getting some more, as if he was on a scooter. No?
Now there's a on Facebook there's a group called Expat. If I can bring him up, Expat. Where are they? Expat something group, and it's got to do with cars. And they actually have surprisingly a lot of Aussie stuff on there that comes up. So that maybe they've got Aussie admins.
It makes you wonder how they get there, though, doesn't it? Like somebody must have a dream. You know, I'm living here and I want my old car. I want the car I grew up with, or you know.
Well, I wonder if some of these cars were actually sold over here as new cars. Because I actually own a car that was built in Australia at the moment, and you know, it wasn't built that long ago.
So the reverse of the Japanese grey imports coming into Australia, we're pumping them out over there.
Well, no. These are actually sold here as new cars. So a lot of the Holdens would have been sold as Chevrolets under the Chevrolet banner. So I've got a Toyota, and it's an Australian built Toyota, but sold here brand new.
Oh, we buggered.
Mate, I was just researching FJ Cruiser on sand dunes and stuff, and there were so many. I found something that will make your puffer valve fucking shrink, and it's a Nissan Patrol. Have a fucking look at this one and tell me at the end of the day, as someone on YouTube says quite often, at the end of the day, if you would not shit yourself if you were in this vehicle. So hang on a sec. And kudos to Nissan Patrol, mate. This is fucking unbelievable. Righto, hang on a sec. So here we go, fellas. Look at this. This is fuffle valve.
Oh shit.
I can see that one.
Yeah, that could have gone terribly wrong.
It could have just tumbled down, mate. You know, Jesus.
No, that's wrong.
Bloody classic.
Did it say where that was?
Oh, Henry, hang on.
Oh, look, no, I'm not that interested. I'm just trying to fill the void.
Hang on. Oh, you're saying we've got airtime. We're hanging.
Oh, I thought I was dealing with professionals here.
Hang on a sec. Well, you are, as always.
Yeah.
No, I've got to.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
All right.
Tell me it was. I don't know.
It was USA.
There you go. Yeah, lovely spot. Yeah,
outstanding.
Excellent. You've done well.
But I can't find a FJ. If you want me to find an FJ, I'll find it. But if you don't want me to, I won't.
No, we've seen your Google skills. Yeah.
No.
Just leave it there.
Come on, mate. Jeez. Extreme. Forward on drive. The Filipinos are mad on modifying the FJ Cruiser. Absolutely mad. Some of the stuff that we have here, for example, I've got rock rails on my four-wheel drive, but the missus and I need a step. And you can get modification steps, or you got to take the rock rails off and get a proper step sort of thing to get in.
What's a rock rail?
A rock rail is something that when you're four-wheel driving and the vehicle drops down, it's not going to dent your panels and undercarriage. So I've got full underbody protection, but the rock rails go under the two doors at the side underneath, so they protect you from rock bumps.
Okay.
You with me or not?
Yeah, I'm with you.
You sure?
Rock bumps.
Well, hang on. Oh, fuck it. Just hang on. I'll show you what a rock rail is. I think.
Oh, now he's Googling two things.
No, I've got my phone up. You're talking amongst yourselves. Hang on.
Brought up
okay.
An XT. Well, so there's this group called Expat Car Club Thailand, ECC, Expat Car Club. And I follow them, and here's, I just brought them up. Share screen. So here is an XT Ford.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did somebody bring this thing over, or?
I imagine one explanation may be embassies back in the time, but you wouldn't have that many. You wouldn't have that many cars. Like, you know, you'd have a car every 3-4 years. You'd imagine. I don't know.
There's a place in Castle Hill at Annangrove where a racecourse used to be, and this place still exists. They modify, cut down, and destroy Land Cruisers and make them into sand dune buggies for the Arab sheikhs, and command a fucking fortune for them, mate. I tell you.
I've seen a video of that over there. I think they've got greyhounds and they run them in the desert, and they chase them in their four-wheel drives.
I've seen a video like that.
Yeah.
And on both sides of the track. So you've got, half a dozen four-wheel drives on one side of the track and half a dozen.
It's chaos.
And they. I've seen those videos.
And I don't know what the dog's chasing, because you don't imagine there'd be a rabbit anywhere near,
No, there's a four-wheel drive at the front with
dragging the lure.
With a boom, like a boom arm, sort of going over the rail, dangling a fucking live rabbit.
Of course.
Yeah. So the rabbit's hanging off this boom arm on the back of a ute or a four-wheel drive, I would assume, and he's out the front, and they're all fucking, the greyhounds are taken off after the rabbit, and the owners of the greyhounds are all following on either side. Yeah,
they drive along cheering. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I've seen that.
So Joe, I'll throw up a pic of the four-wheel drive before it was modified, and I'll show Henry the rock rails. Can you see that?
Yep, got it up.
So see the rock rails there, Henry?
I can.
Below the doors. So there's no step. So you can do two things. You can get either a complete step there, or you can get a little attachment to the driver's doors that's a bolt-on step. And they're not fucking cheap, mate, I tell you.
Yeah. And does it fold up out of the way, or does it just...
No, forever? It stays. So it's a grand clearance sort of issue, but I've got a 2-inch lift on it, so it's not too bad. It's quite capable, and being a short wheel base, it's quite handy on the entry and exit points.
Yeah.
What's the best beach in Thailand? I don't know personally, but I would assume it'd have to be one of the islands. Because the mainland island, the mainland beaches, from what I've seen, and I'm certainly no expert, but including the likes of Hua Hin, have not been impressed at all. But I am coming from Port Stephens, so I was spoiled for fucking pristine beaches.
Khao Lak, Lamai, and Tung Mai Len, 15 k's from Champagne are my picks.
Clean.
Oh yeah.
But they have to be clean. That's straight off the bat. They've got to be clean. Not only
stormy season, Tung Mai Len gets a bit of debris, but in pristine season, beautiful. And that's the beach that Thailand Epic is near, and he went to the temple near that beach. So I've seen it both in stormy season and pristine season, and it's a big difference between the two with debris and stuff. All Thailand beaches are different with the debris, because a lot of people forget there's a lot of Thai people out in the morning cleaning up the beaches before people wake up.
Mm. I think the first beach I ever visited was Pattaya. I just fucking walked away.
I wouldn't even go in the water there, mate. You'd get
fucking
infections.
I didn't go. I didn't even walk on the sand. I didn't even walk on the sand. I was just nah. And they said, "Oh, you don't want to walk on?" Nah, not interested. Not interested in the slightest. Let's go elsewhere. Show me something else.
Yeah, as Thailand Epic said, mate, the beaches are great, but they don't compare to an Australian beach, really. And that's reality, mate, especially up the North Coast. You've seen, like, Zenith Beach, Joe, under the headland at, fuck, mate. Seal Rock's treachery, Seal Rock's number one. You can't beat that. And then you go north, up the Barrier Reef, Whitehaven and all that sort of stuff. You just can't beat that stuff.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Walk on the sand and rip your feet open from glass and bottle tops. Yep. Well, Pattaya was like that, but worse. It just had so much other shit. And then shortly after, I think it was maybe a year, maybe 2 years later, they decided to cover it all over. Dumb fucking a gazillion tons of fucking sand on it, and that'd fix it. And just I thought that was wrong, but this is Thailand.
Well, listen, fellas, I'm gonna peel off.
I'm gonna do the same. It's 9 something over here, and the missus.
Well, don't leave me in charge, for Christ's sake. Anything could happen. I might as well go as well.
If you want to stay, Henry, I'll stay with you.
Oh, look, I'm good if you've got more in you, but
I'll can you hold a stream by yourself, you reckon, Henry?
Fuck off.
You could have just said go away.
Well,
fuck off.
You wouldn't take it. You wouldn't take any notice of that, would you?
Go forth and multiply.
Multiply. Yeah. What have you got planned, Tiger?
Mate, the wife's on night shift, so I want to be compass menace when she wakes up.
Yeah. On your way. I'll drop off. The Tour de France has kicked off, so I'll go and amuse myself there.
It's a time trial tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not
40k or something?
I don't know. It doesn't do much for me.
I hate time trials, mate. Yeah.
They rarely fall off, and I mean, that's all we're watching for.
Yeah. We watch for the stacks or
if it's raining in a time trial with heaps of corners, there's
it is raining.
Oh, is it?
It is raining. Yeah.
Right. Or a spectator getting taken out by taking one step onto the road to take a fucking photo and
hang on, Joe, don't forget the fuckwits that hold the flag and don't pull it up in time, and it gets caught around the wheels of the fucking bicycles. Fuckwits. They tracked down that fucking idiot from last year. She got charged, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking goose. What people are so fucking... Oh, I'm getting on my wagon.
Oh, look out. Look out. He's getting wound up.
Yeah. No. Calm. It's all been calm tonight. There's no reason to make it any different. So
indeed.
I'm going to bid you gentlemen adieu.
All right, fellas. Thank you for doing it again.
Take care.
And again and again
Thanks,
and again.
Thanks,
Tim.
Thanks, Henry.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
Thanks, Henry.
We'll catch you again.
Thanks, everybody in the... Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
just hold on. I'll end the broadcast and just hang on, fellas, in the background.
All right.
Copy?
Yeah. Can we play the fucking Falung tune again?
Stand by.
Thanks everybody in the chat. Bilko, Thailand Epic, Mr. Balding, Rick, Ghetto Matt. I'll only go through the last, few in the last hour or so. John, Henry, thanks for popping on. Saul, good. Yep. Old mate.
Okay, so I've got Farang queued, and then after Farang finishes, I'll end stream and stay there for a minute. Okay. Thanks, everyone, for turning up. Much appreciated.
I fell in love with Thailand. Do Thailand. And every day on this